Assalamu alaikum, this is Andre with NodeJS. In this tutorial, we're going to master how to create a full-stack multi-platform shopping app with React Native, Node.js, and MongoDB. To facilitate both beginners and advanced developers, we are going to start from scratch with a slower pace and pick up the pace as we progress. Our primary goals are to explore React Native, create a Node.js server for our application, and separate our Stripe payment server from our application server, giving us room to reuse the server in any application that we might develop in the near future. We're going to host our payment server on Railway to have one URL for our Stripe hooks. We are also going to explore other technologies like async storage, advanced MongoDB concept, and master MongoDB search indices. Without wasting much time, let's dive in and introduce the main features of our end product. So right now, let's go ahead and introduce the main features of our application. So this is what our application looks like. Right on top, we have our location and we have our cart. This location is a default location. If a user is not signed in, then this location is shown on the front page. And if you press on the cart button and you're not logged in, then you're redirected to the login page. We can press back and continue navigating through our application. Right below that, we have our title and we have our search. We have these beautiful sliders which changes to the next index each and every 3 seconds. Right at the bottom, we have our products, so we can scroll through and we can view all the products that we have. Right on top here, we have an animated title which is moving from the left to the right. So let's go ahead and introduce our search page. So if we click on search, we're redirected to the search page. And if we type a location of the product, then the results are rendered on our UI. So we can be able to search a product using the supplier, title, or any word in the description. So if we click on the product, then we are prompted to our product details page. In our product details page, we have counter whereby we can increase the number of items that we want to add to our cart. So let's go ahead and see our profile page. This is what our profile page looks like for a user who is not logged in. So we can go ahead and try to log in and then explore more of the features of our application. So if you press on login, we are redirected to the login page. For now, we don't have an account, so we have to go ahead and register an account. So I'm going to press register. So we have provided a name. So I'm just going to give a random name. We have to provide a location. So I'm just going to say Hangzhou, China. And we have to provide a password. So our password, we have the ability to hide and show our password. So if we press on hide, then our password is all secure, and if we press on show, then we can see our password. So let's go ahead and sign up. If you press sign up, then we are prompted back to the login screen. In our login screen, we have to input the email that we've just used in our registration, and we have to input our password. So here, if the application is not ready, let's say the backend is not ready, this message is shown. You can press OK, then you can retry. So now we've successfully logged in into our account. Our location has changed, and if we press on our cart, then we're redirected to our cart this time since we are logged in. So let's go ahead and view our profile page, what it looks like when a user is logged in. So if a user is logged in, this is what our profile looks like. So we have favorites, orders, cart, clear cache, delete account, and logout. So let's start by visiting our favorites. In our favorites, we don't have anything yet. So let's go to our products. If we go to a product, open a product and add it to our favorites, then go back to our favorites to view our favorites. Then the product that we just added is in our favorites page. So we can be able to delete the product. If we revisit our favorites, we don't have products anymore. So let's go ahead and add a product to our cart. So to add a product, we just have to press. So if we go back to our cart, then that product should show up here. And right here, we have the ability to also delete that product from our cart. So if we press delete, then that product is gone from our cart. And let's go ahead and see how we can make a payment. So for payments, we're using Stripe. So if you press on Buy Now, then we are prompted to a Stripe page whereby we are supposed to input our details and complete the purchasing process. So this is our product. We have to put an email. In our application. So our order has been processed successfully. So let's go back, visit our orders. That product should appear in our orders, and our payment status is paid since we've successfully paid, and our delivery is pending. So here we can be able to clear the cache. Let's say we have products in our favorites and we just want to clear everything. We just don't want to delete product one by one. So let's add a product. Let's add 2. If we go back, view our products, we have 2 products. Instead of deleting them one by one, we can just come here and clear cache. If we clear our cache, visit our products in our favorites, there's nothing. And we also have the ability to log out. So if we log out of an account, then we are prompted back to our home screen. Our location has changed. If we go back to the page, we are prompted back to the login page. And if you press back, this is the page that we see. So all the data that we are storing in our local storage is being stored with unique IDs. So multiple users can log in with same phone, but they can get their data as they left. To get started with this project, we are going to follow step-by-step processes to create our application. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to download the assets from the link below. After downloading, you have a zip file like the one that I have on my desktop. You need to unzip the file. After unzipping the file, then you have your assets. Next thing that we need to do, we need to create our project folder. So I'm going to create my project folder on the desktop, and I'm going to call it Furniture App. After creating this folder, we need to open it in our code editor. So I'm going to be using VS Code. So I'll go ahead and open VS Code, and I'll drag and drop the folder in VS Code. The next thing that we need to do, we need to create our project. So to do that, we need to open our terminal. After opening the terminal, we need to run the command npx create expo app, and we need to provide the name of our application. But since we have already created a folder here, we are going to use this name as our project name. So to do that, we are going to use // and then we press enter. So our project is now being created. So let's go ahead and make our window a little bit smaller so that we can have access to these assets. So here, Expo has created an assets folder for us already, but we need to add more assets to the folder. So let's open this assets folder that we've downloaded. So in this assets folder, we have fonts and images. For our application, we're going to be using custom fonts. So we need these custom fonts in our assets. And for the images that we are going to be using, we need to put them in our assets folder, in this assets folder. So I'm going to drag and drop these 2 folders in the assets folder. And we also have a constants folder in here where we are going to put all our constants like colors, sizes, and some needed details of our application. So this folder needs to be in the root directory. So you can drag and drop, put it in the root directory. So this is the folder that we just copied. So our application has finished creating. The next thing that we need to do, we need to delete the node modules because we are not going to be installing modules one by one. So what I need you to do, you delete this node modules folder from here and drag and drop this package.json in your VS Code. After doing that, you go to dependencies and then just copy all the dependencies that we have here. you close the package.json and you go back to your application. You open the package.json, you go to your dependencies and you paste all the dependencies that we've copied from the other package.json. You save the file, you close it, you come back to your terminal and you run the command npm I, and then you press enter. So all our dependencies that we've put in this package.json are being installed now. So this lessens the time when we are creating the app, whereby we have to go back and forth getting packages and installing. So it's better to do that before we start creating our application. So it's going to take a little bit of time. After it's done, then we can go ahead and run our application. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to run the application. So to do that, let's clear the terminal first. After that, let's run the command npm start. So you can either run expo start to start your project or npm start. So to open the application on our simulator, we're going to press I since we are on iOS. If you're on Android, then you can press A. And if you want to open it on the web, you can press W. And if you want to reload, you can just press R. So here I'm going to press I. So it's going to open the simulator. And for those who want to run the application on a real device, then you can go ahead and download the application on your real device. So for both Android and iOS users, this is the name of the application, Expo Go. You can find it on App Store. And for Android users, you can find it on Play Store with the same name, Expo Go. So our simulator is going to take a little bit of time to open up. While our simulator is opening up, let's go ahead and introduce our constants. So in our root directory, we've dragged and dropped this constants folder. So in this constants folder, we have theme, the theme folder. So this theme folder consists of all the colors that we are going to be using and all the sizes that we are going to be using. So these are just colors and these are sizes. And for the height and the width, we have to get the device height and the width. So we are going to use dimensions from React Native to get the height and the width, and then we pass them to our size so that we can export them with this size here. And we have shadows. We're going to use shadows for our tiles, our cut tiles favorite style. So this is the code for our shadow. And down below, we're exporting these values. And if we open index.js, so in the index.js, we're exporting what we've exported in our theme folder. So here we've exported. So in the index.js, we're importing those values and then we are exporting them so that we can use them throughout the application. Here we have images. We don't need them. So we can just go ahead and get rid of them. So we can save that. So it looks like our simulator is opening eventually. We have to wait a little bit while our simulator is opening so that we can view our application. While we're waiting, let's go ahead and create our folder structure. So in our folder structure, we're going to have a folder with the name components. So in components, we are going to keep all the components of our application. In the components folder, we are going to create other folders. So let's just go ahead and do that. So the first folder that we're going to create is auth. Let's create another one. We're going to have a cart. Create another one. We're going to call it products. Let's recreate our cart folder. So these are the folders that we are going to have. And we also need an index.js in this file. So we are going to create a file. We're going to call it index.js. Let's go ahead and create the next folder. So we need to create it in the root directory. We are going to call it hook. So let's leave it like that. Let's go ahead and create the next folder, which is navigation. And we need a folder for our screens. So we have screens. So the first thing that we're going to do here, we're going to create the files for our screens. So let's go ahead and create our first screen. So our first screen is going to be card.jsx. Page that we need is details. So these details are going to be product details. So let's be just precise about it so that we won't have any confusion. We need a search page. So we are going to create a search page. We also need a profile. So our application is almost done building. Okay, so this is our application. It's done building and it's showing here. So this text is in our app.js. If you open our app.js, this is the text that we have here. So just to show you that that's the text, we can just make a change to it and the change is displayed on our simulator. And we'll continue creating our folder structure, adding more files to the folder structure. But for now, this is enough for us to work with when we are working with our bottom navigation bar. So let's go ahead and save all these files that we've created. Just save all. To ensure that we have a clean working environment, you can go ahead, close everything. We want to focus on app.js and the package.json for now. So we want to import custom fonts to our application. We don't want to use the default fonts. So to do that, we're going to use the fonts that we have in our assets folder. So we need them loaded before anything is rendered on the screen. So for us to do that, we are going to use a package in package.json, export fonts. So export fonts provide us with a hook with the name use fonts, which we are going to use to load fonts asynchronously before anything else is rendered on the UI. So let's go ahead and open our app.json. So in our app.json, we need to import use fonts first. So as we said before, use fonts hook simplifies the process of loading and managing fonts, ensuring that the fonts are loaded before anything is rendered on the screen. And next, we need to have our splice screen, and we're importing it from export splice screen. And right below that, we are going to use callback from React. In our app function, we are going to require, here we're going to require fonts loaded array. So this fonts loaded is going to be a Boolean flag. So here we're going to use fonts, and use fonts takes a map of fonts that we want to use in our application. So we need to create a map of our fonts. So let's go ahead and open our fonts folder and see the fonts that we have. So we're going to start with regular. So we need to mention the name that we're going to be using in our application. So we have regular, and we are going to map it. So we are going to use require, and we need to provide the path to our fonts. So we need to access our assets, and we need to access our fonts. And in our fonts, we need to locate this regular poppins regular.ttf. We can just add a comma after that. So from now, the process is a little bit easier since we've just written a line of code. So we can just go ahead, copy this line of code, press enter, paste it, and we can paste it 4 or 5 times just to have all our fonts loaded in the application. So the next font that we're going to have is a light font. And we are going to map it to Poppins Light. Let's import our next. Our next is going to be bold. Let's go ahead and map. We need a medium. So the process is literally the same when you're just loading fonts. If you've written one line of code, you can just go ahead and do the rest. We need a medium. We have a medium already. So what we need an extra bold. Okay, so we've successfully loaded our fonts. This use fonts takes this object of fonts, asynchronously load them in the background, and it returns an array with one element, this fonts loaded, which is a Boolean flag, so it can either return true or false. If fonts are loaded, then it will return true. If fonts are still loading or not loaded, it will return false. Bold, don't forget to map it to the correct font. After that, we need to define a callback function to be called when the root view layout changes. So we're going to have on layout root view. So here we're going to use our callback to check whether the fonts are loaded or not. So here is going to be asynchronous. We need to return an arrow function in here. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to check whether our fonts has loaded or not. So we're going to have an if statement. So if fonts loaded, then we need to hide the splash screen. Since it's an asynchronous, we're going to have a wait. So if they're loaded, then here we need to return our fonts loaded. And right below that, we need to check whether fonts are not loaded. If they are not loaded, we need to return null. So everything is working fine. We don't have an error. So what we are going to do, we are just going to try to use our font or imported fonts in our application. So let's just create one style here. Let's just call it text style. So to use these fonts, we need to define a font family in our style. So here we have a font family. And the name that we are going to use for each and every font that we are going to use is this name that we gave the property here. So we are going to go with extra bold for this one. We call it extra bold. And let's give it a size. So it's going to be font size, let's say just 20. So we need to use this text style in our application. So here we have a text and we need to give it a style. So to do that, we're going to say style here is equals to, we need to call our styles and we need to use our text style. So our fonts have loaded successfully and we can be able to use them in our application. So before we wrap up on our custom fonts, let's go back to our use fonts object. So here we have two regular fonts and we don't have this semi-bold. So we need to have a semi-bold here and we need to map it to semi-bold. And let's just save. So if we come here and say semi-bold, then our semi-bold font is working fine. Same as the other fonts that we've imported if we say regular. Next, we're going to move on to navigation and the bottom navigation bar. We need to come to our navigation. In our navigation, we need to create a new file and we have to call it bottom tab navigator. And it has to be a JSX file. Okay, let's call it navigation.jsx. So once we are in this folder, let's leave it like this for now. So I need you to go to extensions if you're on VS Code and then look for React Native snippets. You go for this one with 1,200,000, almost 1,200,000 downloads, and you install this extension. We're going to be using it throughout our coding process. So in here, we need to create our component. So we're going to use RNFE. So it makes our life easier when creating components. After that, the next thing that we need to do, we need to import a function from React Native bottom tab. So we're going to import, and the function that we're going to import is called create bottom tab navigator. After that, we need to assign this function to a constant with the name tab. So this function returns a navigation component that renders tab bar at the bottom of our screen. So here we want to render the tab bar here, and it allows users to switch between screens. So our bottom navigation bar, it works the same as every bottom navigation bar in applications. So once we created the tabs, we can be able to navigate from a screen to a different screen, something like that. So let's go ahead and try to implement our tab. So first, we're going to have a tab navigator. We're going to wrap all our pages within a tab.navigator. So let's just go ahead and copy this and paste it on the other end. So inside here, we are going to put all the tabs that we want to navigate through. So now we've created some few pages in our screens folder. So we're going to add some more folders. Then we're going to put them inside here. So the screens that we want to render should be inside this tab navigator. So to do that, we are going to require tab.screen. So in tab.screen, we have properties like name. We can give the name to the component that we want to render to our UI. So here, let's take, for example, we want to render home. And the component that we want to render, in short, let's say the page that we want to display is home page. It's just home. So let's go ahead to our screens and try to create this page. So here we're going to add home.jsx, and then we're going to utilize our snippets. We want to create a component with some style. So this is our page. We can leave it like this. Let's go back to our bottom tab navigation. So here we need to import this page. So let's go ahead and say home again so that we can import the page here. So the page is imported on top. So this is how we put screens that we want to render in our navigation. So next, let's just copy this and paste it 3 times since we have 3 tabs. So the first tab, the second tab is going to be our search. Let's leave the page like that. And the third one is going to be profile, because we need to create the pages. We didn't put anything in the pages yet. So we have home, profile. So for our profile, we're going to do the same, RNFES, then we can just save. And for our search, we do the same, then we just save. So let's close these pages for now. So here, our tab takes options, the screens option, that's the first one. And the second one is going to be the options for each and every screen that we're going to render on our UI. So first, let's start with our screen options. So let's create a variable here, const screen options. So here we're going to have multiple properties that we want to manipulate. So here we have tab bar, show label. We're going to set it to false. We don't want to show the label at the bottom of the tab bar. Tab bar, we want to hide the keyboard. Like if the keyboard pops, then we need to hide the tab bar. So here we have on keyboard. So we need to set it to true. Otherwise, our tab bar will be pushed on top of the keyboard. We don't want that. Down below, we have to header. Oh, no, not this header. Header shown. We have to set it to false. Now we need our tab bar style. It's supposed to be tab bar. So in our tab bar style, we're going to take position, and our position is going to be absolute. Bottom, our bottom is going to be 0. Right is also going to be 0. Left is going to be the same. Elevation, we don't want to show that shadow, so we need to remove the elevation. To do that, we just need to pass 0 to our elevation, and the height, we need to set it to 70. So these options, screen options, are passed in this tab bar navigator. So if we hover over, we have screen options here. So we need those screen options. So here we're going to say screen options. And our screen options are going to be the screen options that we defined on top. Let's work on this home, the first screen. So I'm going to bring this down. So in here, we also require options. So in our options, we're going to have tab bar icon. We need to display an icon. So for our icon, we're going to have not two different icons, but one icon. If it is not focused, then we show an outlined icon. If it is focused, then we show a filled icon. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we need to say focused. We need an arrow function after that. Okay, let's put it on top. We need to return our icon down here. So for our icons, we are going to utilize vector icons. So let's go on top. We want to import vector icons. For our tab, the icons that we're going to use, they are going to be iron icons. So here, let's go ahead and import. So the icons are coming from export vector icons. So these are the icons that we're going to use. So we can copy the name in our return. Then we need to have our icon here. So we need to set the name of the icon first. So we are going to use our focus property here to define which icon are we going to render to our UI. So if it is focused, then we are going to show a home icon, else we are going to show a home outline icon. And we need to give it a size. So our size is going to be 24, and we need to give it a color. So let's bring the size down, and we need to write the color down here. So here we have our color. So for our colors, we're going to utilize the colors that we have in our constants folder. So we need to import them first so that we can utilize them. And also the color, we're going to check whether that tab is focused or not. So here we have focused. Okay, let's try to import the colors first. They're going to come from our constants. So here we need to access our constants. In our constants, we need to access index. So our first color is going to be .primary. And if it is not focused, then we are going to have colors.gray. So we have gray 2. That's the color that we're going to show. So we are done with our first icon. So what we are going to do, we are going to map these screens to the correct pages. So since the next page is search, we can just copy home and have search. And here it has to be search. And we can do the same for our profile. So here we're going to have a profile, and it's profile here. So let's save. So let's go ahead and copy this screen that we've just made. Since we've imported our pages already, we don't need these ones. So we paste once, and we paste it 2 times. Screens to the correct pages, to the correct screens. So here we want to render search. It's supposed to be search. And our page is search. So for search, we are not going to use focus. So we can just give it a name here. We're going to use search up. So this is good enough. Everything else remains the same. And our profile, see, our name is going to be profile, and our component is going to be profile here. So here it's going to be person. It's going to be person outline. So we are done creating our bottom tab navigation. The next thing, we're going to work on the navigation of our application. Then we can hook this page to our main page so that this bottom tab navigation can be rendered to our screen. So for us to ensure that we don't have a lot of imports of pages like this in our application, what we are going to do, we need to come to screens and create a file, call it index.js. So in this file, we need to import all the files that we have. So I'm going to import the pages that we are using already. So the first is search, the next one is home, and we need to import the profile. After importing these pages, we need to export them. So the first is home, the next search, and the last is profile. So we leave it like this for now. We'll come back to add more pages as we go through the development process. So here we can just come and delete these pages. So we're going to import home. We need the profile, and we need the search page. So our page is already mapped. Navigation, the first thing that we need to do, we need to close all the files and open app.js. In our app.js, right on top, we need to import navigation container. So here, we're going to import navigation container. After importing the navigation container, we need to import create native stack navigator. So this create native stack navigator is a function same as the one that we've used before in our bottom navigation bar. So what we need to do, we need to assign it to a stack. So here we're going to call it stack, and we're going to assign create native stack navigator. This stack, we're going to use it to manage our navigation in our application. So let's go ahead and try to implement it in our application. So we need to get rid of this view that we have in here, and we need to wrap everything in a navigation container. After that, we need to wrap everything in a stack.navigator. And in here, now we have to start creating our navigation pages, the screens that we're going to navigate to. Let's go ahead and create one page. So first, we're going to have a stack, and we want to display a screen. So the properties are almost the same with the ones in the bottom tab navigator. So here, first, we're going to take a name. So let's have our bottom navigation bar here. Let's call it bottom navigation. And we have to provide the component that we need to display. So our component is going to be our bottom tab navigation. Let's go ahead and check the name that we gave it. It's bottom tab navigation, and it's imported right on top. It's here, and we have to give it options here. So we have options. In our options, we need to disable the header. We need to set it to false. After this, I think we should be able to see our bottom navigation bar. So the application is taking a little bit longer to update. Let's wait for it. Created the bottom tab navigator, and it's shown here. So if we click on search, then there's a change in icon. If we click on profile, this icon will be filled. It's no longer outlined. So this is how our bottom tab navigation works. So let's go ahead and wrap our pages in safe area so that this text won't be right at the corner. So let's go to our home page. In our home page, what we need to do, we need to import safe area so that everything can be within this screen. So here we have safe area. So we're going to replace the view with the safe area. So if we save, then our text is inside the screen. It's no longer at the corner. So we're going to do the same for our other screens. That is going to be the profile. So here we don't have the safe area, so we need to import it also. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have safe area, and this should be profile. And let's do the same for the search. Let's go ahead and import our safe area in here. So if we go ahead, our pages are showing the text right at the corner. So that's all for our navigation. So when we add more pages to our application, what we need to do, we just need to come to our app.js. In our app.js, we're going to utilize the same syntax for the other pages that we're going to have. Let's take, for example, we want to have a cart. So a cart, we give it a name cart, and the page is going to be cart. So for now, we don't have that page, but let's just go ahead and create so that we can have an example. So RNFES, and then we press enter. We have our cart page. Let's save that. Let's import our safe area so that everything can be wrapped within the screen. Let's wrap it in a safe area. So now when we need to navigate to other pages, then we just need to come here. We say cart, then now we are able to navigate to this cart page. So let's go ahead and delete this cart page from here. and go back to our index.js. We're going to import the page here and we're going to export it. So if you want to use the page here, we can just come to our pages. Oh, we don't have those pages, but we can just come here. Let's change this component. Let's say cards. So here, all the pages that we are going to add in our index.js, we can just put them here, put a comma, put the next page, put a comma, put the next page, so that we won't be importing pages one by one. And we have to get rid of these texts, these other items that we don't need, and we don't even need style. So we are going to get rid of this from here. Let's go below. We're going to get rid of this style sheet because we are not going to use it in our app.js. We need to see how we can separate these styles from our home.jsx. So we're going to be doing the same for all our pages and components. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to cut this style from here. And we go back to our screens. In our screens, we need to create a new file and we have to give it a name. And the name has to start with a lowercase. So I'm going to home.style and it has to be a JS file. So in this file, the first thing that we need to do, we need to import StyleSheet. So I'm going to say style here and then import the StyleSheet. And we need our constants. So here we are going to import colors and sizes. So they're coming from this constants folder and we have to access index. We need to paste the code that we copy from the home page. So now we are done creating, but we haven't exported it. So we need to come down here and we need to export and we're going to call it styles. So now the question is, how can we use these styles in our component? So to do that, we need the style. So we're going to say import. And what do we need to import? We need to import styles from home.style. So for now, we want to give an illustration of how we can use them. So let's put this side by side. The main reason that we did this, we want to have a side by side. We can work on our component and we can work on our style on the other side. So style doesn't require too much space. So here we have a text. We need to style it. We're going to create a text style object. Let's just call it text. Going to require font family and the name of our font family is going to be bold and you want font size. You have to give it a size of 40. So now we need to use this style, this text style in our home page. So to do that, we're going to post style and we want to access these styles and the text style object. So all our styles, our home page styles are going to be here and our components are going to be on the other end. Right now, let's go ahead and work on our app bar. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get rid of this text that we have here. And we need to have a view. So we need to give this view a style. So we're going to say style. So we have to give this style a name. Let's call it app bar wrapper. Let's copy the name. And let's bring it in our styles. So we need to add a comma. So this is going to be our style object. So we need to style it. So we need to have margin horizontal and we need to give it a horizontal of 22. We need to add space on the ends of the screen and we need to have a margin top of 12. Margin top. So we're going to utilize sizes. So here we're going to use .small. So if we go ahead and open this, so our small, the size is 12. So we can just go ahead and use these sizes. So inside this view, we're going to need another view. So this view is the one for our app bar. So let's give it a style also. And the style is going to be app bar. So we copy the name, we paste it in our style sheet and we create a style object. In this object, we want a row because we want to display an icon, text, and then another icon on the other end. So to do that, to have a row in React Native, we use what we call flex direction. Flex direction allows us to create column reverse, row, and row reverse. So for this instance, we're going to use a row. And this row, we have to justify the content, and we have to make it space between, and we need to align items to the center. We need to import icons on top, and we're going to import these icons from Expo. So here we're going to import, and the font family that we're going to use for our fonts is going to be iron icons. They're going to come from Expo vector icons. We need an icon. So we need to mention the name first. Let's close this. So for us to use an icon, we need to provide at least some properties. The first property that we need to provide is the name of the icon. So for our first icon is going to be a location outlined, and we need to give it a size of 24. So that's our icon right on the corner. Remember, these components are wrapped in a row. So we are going to add one more. We're going to add a text, and then we're going to add another icon. So let's go ahead and utilize the text. So for this text, we have to give a location. So let's say Shanghai. You can pick any place that you want to put as your default location. That's okay. So we have two things, and they are spaced. This is how space between works. If we have two items, they'll be spaced, one on the other end and other one on the other end. So let's say now, if we copy this and we have three items, they are spaced. The one on the other end, the other in the center, and the other one in the beginning. So let's get rid of the second one, and let's work on the style for our texts. So here we're going to have our style. The style for our text, we're just going to call it styles.location. And let's just copy the name, go back to our style sheet. Let's say location here. Let's create an object. So for our location, we need to add the properties. The first property that we need font family. So for our font family, we're going to be using semi-bold. Let's give it a size. That's font size. We're going to be using our sizes. And here we want to use medium. So if we save this now, our text changes. So here we need to change the color. So we need to have a color property. And we are going to access the colors from our constants. And the color that we need to use is gray. That's good enough. So let's add our third icon. Our third icon is going to be a cart. We are going to wrap it around in a view. And this view, we have to give it a style. But this style, we are just going to do it inside the view. We're going to give it align items, have them at the end. So we're going to say flex end, and we need to have another view. This view is going to be for our cut count. We are going to be keeping track of our cut count. So that figure has to be on top of the main icon. But before we even get there, let's have this view here, and let's have a style. So in this style, we're going to have cut count. It's supposed to be styles dot cut count. We copy the name and we go ahead and create our object. For cut count, our position is going to be absolute. We require a position. And we're going to require bottom. Bottom, we need a size of 16. We're also going to require a width of 16. And our height is going to take the same figure, 16. We need to have a border radius. And we're going to give it a border radius of 8. And we are going to align it to the center. After that, we need to have a background color. So the background color has to be different from the icon color. So here, we need a background color, and our background color is going to be green. So like we're just going to use a system's color, a system color, and we're going to go with green. And we need to justify our content to the center. After that, we need to have our Z index. So for our Z index, it has to be on top. So we're going to use 999. So inside this view, we are going to have a text. We are just going to give it a random number. That's it. So we have an 8 here. That's what we need. So let's go ahead and change the color of this text. So we're going to do it in here. We don't want to fill our style sheet. So if we were to manipulate one property, there's no point of us going to the cut count and change the properties, something like that. But we can just do that as good practice. So let's go ahead and say style. So here we're going to have styles dot. Okay, so here we can give it a name, cut number. We're going to copy this cut number, paste it, create an object. And the first thing that we need font family. So for font family, we're going to be using regular. Let's have font weight. So here it has to be 600. And we're also going to have font size. And our font size is going to be 10. And we need to change the color. We need to make our text visible. So here we're going to access the colors and we need to give it a light color. So we're going to have light white. So that's our icon right on top, and we've changed the style. So far so good. So let's move on. The next thing that we need to do right outside of this, let's have an icon first before we have this touchable opacity. So we're going to be utilizing the same icon, not the same icon, but we're going to be using Fontisto. That's the font family that we're going to be using. So we need to go ahead and import it here on top. So our properties are the same. We require a name, shopping bag, and we require size, and our size is going to be 24. So like if we save this, and that's what our cart looks like, but it's not clickable. So we want to make this icon clickable. So to do that, I'm just going to cut it, and here I'm going to have touchable opacity. Touchable opacity is a component in React Native that provides touch feedback to the user. We usually use it to wrap around a child component and trigger on press event when it's pressed. So what we can do, we can get it from React Native. So we just need to come here, copy our cart. We can replace the style sheet since we don't need it. And then we can remove this. So this is how it works. If you click, it is showing that it's being clicked, and we can add functionalities here. So our end goal is to navigate to the other page. If we click on our cart, we want to see what's in our cart. Now let's go ahead and work on other components. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to have a scroll view right after the last view. So here we're going to utilize a scroll view because we want to make it scrollable. So in this scroll view, we are going to put some components. And these components, we have to create them outside of this screens folder, outside of this home.jsx. So we need to go to our components. We need to create a new folder, and we have to give it a name. Since they are for the home page, we're going to call it home. The first component that we're going to create is for our welcome. So we're going to call it welcome. So we want to have the big text on our screen, and we need to create the style for it. So we're going to create another file, and we're going to call it welcome.style.jx. So in our style, we need to import the style sheet. After importing the style sheet, we need to have our colors and sizes. So let's just copy from the other style and let's paste it down. So down here, let's create our style sheet. So it's going to be styles is equals to sheet.create. And we need to export it afterwards as styles. So that's for our style. So we need to go ahead and put it to the side. We can go ahead, save our home page, and then open this. So in here, we're going to use RNFE. Since we don't require style, we can just leave it. So now we have our welcome. So if we save, we have nothing. So we have an index.js in here. So in this index, we want to import welcome, and we need to export this welcome. So here we're going to have export. We're going to export welcome. So in our home page, we need to render this component. So to do that, we're going to have a closed welcome here. So we have our welcome right on top. So now we need to go ahead and write the text that we need to display on our page. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing that we need to do, we need to come to our welcome. Let's close this index for now. Let's get rid of the text. First, we need to give style to our view, and then we can go ahead and work on the rest of our code. So we're going to have style here. We're going to use styles dot, let's call it container. So we forgot to import, or we have our styles here. I thought we forgot. So here we want to create this container in our style. So we're going to have this container. We're going to have width, and we're going to give it 100%. So inside this container, the first thing that we need a text. So let's go ahead and use our text. So our first text is going to be find the most with the uppercase T, find the most, and we have to give it a style also. Let's add the style. So it's going to be styles dot, let's call it welcome text. We can just call it txt here. So we can copy this text and go ahead and create the object. So first we're going to have a font family, and we want to make it bold. Font family is going to be bold, and we're going to have a font size. So for our font size, we're going to be utilizing our sizes, and in our sizes, we want to use extra large -5. Let's save it and see whether we have something. We can save. Okay, so our constants were not imported successfully, but our colors and sizes, so we can just select this import and we get rid of it. So the first thing, we need to import colors, and inside we need sizes. So we need to add a margin. We want our text to have a little bit of space on top, so we're going to have margin top, and we're going to give it a size of sizes.extra small. And the other thing, we need to have another text below the text that we have now. So we need to copy the text and we need to paste it down. And then on the other text, we just need to change the text and the style. So here, our text is going to be luxurious furniture. That's going to be our text. So we need to change, or what we can do, we can use the same text object, but we need to provide certain parameters. So here we need to put it in a, so here we're going to manipulate the color, so we might as well provide color here. So let's say color, and we make it a color, and this color has to come from here. So let's take, for example, here we have our welcome text. Let's comment out this for now. We have this welcome text. So we want to provide a color. By default, it's black. So let's see whether it can work. No, it won't work. So we have to provide a color. So here we're going to say colors.black. Okay, so this is how we can reuse a style. This is how we can reuse a style object. So instead of copying and pasting and just make some changes, we can just use this syntax to reuse the text. So we can comment this out, we can uncomment, and then here we need to provide a different color. So our color has to be primary. So let's go ahead. We want to provide margin top also, and our sizes, we just need to manipulate almost everything. So let's go ahead, get rid of this. We can just cut and say top. So our second property here, it has to be, okay, so we need to import sizes. Okay, so everything is going accordingly. And for our second text, our margin top has to be 0. After this, let's add a margin horizontal. Let's give it a margin of 12 so that it can be within the screen. Cut this view that we have here, and we want to wrap it in another view. So we're just going to have a view here. And below this view that we just pasted, we need to create another view. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside our view, we need to have a style. So this view is for the search bar. So we're going to have a style for that. We're going to call the style a search container with the lowercase c. So we can just copy, come to our style sheet, paste the name, then we can create the object. So in the object, we want to make it a role. First, we're going to have a flex direction. So for flex direction, we're going to have a role. Let's justify the content. We're justifying the content to the center, and we're aligning items, and our alignment is to the center also. Let's have a background color. So our background color, we're going to use our secondary color. I guess this is the first time that we're going to be using our secondary color. And we need to apply a border radius. And for border radius, we have to access our sizes, and we have to use medium. Now let's go with margin vertical. So for margin vertical, we're going to go with our sizes also, and it's going to be medium also. So far, nothing is rendered on the screen. So let's get into this container. We want to create a touchable opacity. In our touchable opacity, we require an icon first. So we need to import our icons. Let's move this touchable opacity to top. And let's get rid of this here. Next, let's import our icons. So here we're going to be using feather. So let's go back in our touchable opacity. We need to utilize our icon. So here we have feather. We have to provide a name first. So the name for this icon that we're going to have first is going to be search. So if you save, we have our icon displayed on the screen, and we need to provide the size. So our size by default is going to be 24. The color by default is black, so we leave it like that. And we need to have a style to this icon. So to do that, we can just add style. Let's call it search icon. We come here, and we copy the name, and we go ahead and create an object here. So let's go ahead and have the style for our search icon. So we're going to have a margin horizontal 10, and we have to give it a color. And our color is going to be gray, so we can utilize the colors that we have. After that, we're going to have our next view. We want to create a container for our search input. So let's give it a style first. We're going to have a search wrapper. So for our search wrapper, we're going to have flex, and our flex is going to be 1. And we also need to have a background color. Our background color is going to be secondary also. So it's going to be colors.secondary. Margin right, we're going to have a margin right of 10. So we can utilize our sizes, and we're going to add border radius. Let's give it a border radius of small. It's supposed to be border radius here. So we come to our view. We need to have a text input. Let's have a text input. A text input allows us to have an input for our text. So let's say we want to enter something, like to use the keyboard. So we are going to use a text input to have that kind of functionality. So here is going to be closed. So we need to provide a value. We need on press. So here it has to be an arrow function. For now, we're going to leave it as null. And we need a placeholder. We need to display some text. So we need to add a little bit of style to this text input. So we can come here and add a style. In our style, we're going to use styles.search input. It's supposed to be search input. So we don't have this style as yet. So we can come to our style sheet, paste it down. So we need a font family. Our font family is going to be regular. Let's have width. So for our width, let's make it 100%. And our height, it has to be the same. So our height here, it has to be 100%. And we're going to have padding. Before that, let's go ahead and see what's the error. Okay, we need to add a comma here. We're going to have padding horizontal, and our padding horizontal, it has to be small. So size is dot small. To our search container, in our search container, we need to add height. So here, we're going to have height, and we have to make it 15. So below this view, let's have another view. In this view, we are going to require a touchable opacity. In this touchable opacity, we want to use an icon. We need to import this icon right on top. So here we only got feather. So we need to have this icon, this font family too. So we need to have a name. So our name is going to be camera outline, and we need to give it a size. And our size is going to be, it's going to come from our sizes. So here we are going to use extra large. Let's give it a color of white color. So now it's not visible. So what we need to do, we need to provide style to this opacity. So we're going to have style. So we need to give it a name. So this one is going to be a search button. You can just call it search btn. So we come down here at the bottom, then we create our object. So for our button, we're going to have a width of 50, and it has to have a color. That's a background color. Our color has to be primary. We need to give it a width, a height, and the height is supposed to be 100. It's going to be 100%. We need it to take up the whole space. Let's add bot radius, and let's give it a radius of sizes.medium. We need to align content, align items to the center. This icon is not within the row. So what we need to do, we need to just come here and we need to cut. And we need to put it inside here. That's our row. So let's see our search container, that's our row. So this is the view. We need to paste it inside here. After pasting, then our icon will appear right on top. And for this icon here, we need to bring it a little bit below, a little bit down. So we need to add margin to the top. So we're going to have margin top, and we're going to give it a size. Let's go with size dot small. Okay, so we have to bring our search bar within the screen, not for it to touch the ends of the screen. So we need to add margin horizontal, and we need to give it a size. So we can replace this size with our sizes, and we can just use small. The difference is the same. The reason why we are doing this to have these like sizes dot small. So let's say we want to change the size, like with ease. Each and every place that we use this size dot small, we can just go ahead and visit our theme. Let's say we want to make this 14 and save. So it's going to change each and every place that we use size dot small. So let's change it back to 12. So we're done with that part. Next, we're going to move on to our slider. Touchable opacity is working. So on press, we're supposed to be sent to this search page. So let's set it up now. Let's go back to our input. Here's our input on press. We need to navigate. We need to have navigation on top, and we're going to be navigating to the search page. So this probably is not going to work now. So what we need to do, we need to import use navigation hook from React navigation. So here, we're going to import. So here we need to use navigation. After that, we need to assign it to navigation. So here we're going to have our navigation. This navigation has to be inside a welcome component, not outside. So that's why we were getting the error. So if you put it outside, then we have the error. If we put it inside the component, then it will work properly. So if we just click, then we are prompted to the search page. So that's what we need. This search bar is going to be the same for the one that we are going to put in our search page. So what we need to do, we just need to come here. We need to we need to copy this field and make a few changes to it. After copying, we are going to go to our pages. We have to visit the search page. So in the search page, we already have our safe area. So let's go back to our welcome. Okay. So we need to copy and we need to paste it here. Let's format it a little bit. After formatting, we need to have our style. So for our style, we're going to do the same. We need to create a new file and let's call it search.style.js. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to import style. We need to have a style sheet. After our style sheet, we need to import our constants. So first, we're going to import colors and then we import sizes. Let's go ahead, go back to our search page. We need to just copy, not copy, we need to cut this style sheet. And let's come here below. Let's just paste it. So we have to copy all the styles that we've created for our search. So let's start from here. We have the search container, search icon, search wrapper, search input, and the button. So we need to copy and we need to paste them here. After pasting, we can just save. Let's go back to our search. Before we go back, let's export it. So we're going to export. So here we're going to have default and we're going to have styles. And in here, we're going to import our style. So we don't have touchable opacity in this page. So here we have touchable opacity. So we can just copy and let's replace the ones that we didn't use. We don't have text. So if you press, let's see, we need icons too. So go back to our welcome page. Let's have these icons. Let's paste them in our search. We need to import them, give it a little bit of space. Text input. So here, our constants. Let's see. Okay, we use size here. So let's go ahead and try to import it. And we need colors too. So for colors, we can just copy and we import it here. Hopefully this time will work. So we need to change this icon from the camera to search. We just need to switch the icons. So let's go back. We put this here. Let's close the welcome for now. And we don't need the bar. So let's have a little bit of room so that we can see both screens at the same time. So here, our first was search. So we're just going to copy this search from here. Let's cut and we need to replace this. So instead of replacing, let's paste this first and let's go ahead and cut this from here. And we paste it on top. So it's going to be like this. If you input something here, okay, we still have the navigator. So for this one, we don't need navigator. We just need to leave it as empty for now. We are going to handle the search a little bit later. So if you come and input something, yeah, that's okay. It's working. We are done with our welcome, our title, and our search bar. So next, let's move on to our carousel. So let's go back to our home page. But first, let's create a component in this home. Let's create a new file. Let's call it carousel. It has to be a JSX file. So for this JSX file, we're going to include style in it. So that's how we are going to do it. So we are going to use slider box to make our carousel. That's a package. So let's go to our package.json. In our package.json, we have this React Native image slider box. It's the one that we're going to use to make our carousel. So let's close this. Right at the top, we're going to import slider box. After importing slider box, we need to provide the images that we need to slide through. So we're going to have a const here. I'm going to call mine sliders. You can give them a name, whatever name you want, and it has to be an array. So we don't have images as yet. What I'm going to do, we have a file in our assets, the one that we downloaded when we started the project. We have one file with links of images. It is 3 images. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and open the file. Let's just go to the desktop. In the desktop, okay, we have this file and we need to copy these links. And let's go back to our VS Code and paste the links. So we are done with that part. We have our images. We have 3 images. If you want to put more, that's your choice. It's totally acceptable. So here we have to remove this text and we have to add style to our view. So we come to our view, then we can have our style. So our style is going to be styles, not style sheets. It's supposed to be styles.carousel container. So we need to create the style. So we can just copy the name, come to our style sheet. In our style sheet, we paste the name, and then we create the object. So our object, we're going to have a flex, and our flex is going to be 1, and we're going to have a line item, and it's going to be center. That's all that we need for our style. The next thing that we need to do, we need to utilize our slider box now. So we come here, then we call our slider box. So it's going to be a closed component, and it requires images, and our images are going to come from slides array. So it's going to be slides. After that, let's save. We need to have .color. So for our .color, we're going to utilize the colors that we have in our constants. So our .color is going to be primary. So we're supposed to have an active dot and inactive dot. So the primary color is for an active dot. So in here we need 1 for an inactive dot. So this one is going to be colors.secondary. So it comes with a component with the name image component style. So we have to capitalize. So here it's supposed to be image component style. So for the style, we're just going to give it a border radius, and we're going to give it a border radius of 15. Width, let's give it a width of 95%. Margin top, we need to have a space between this search bar and our slider. So we're going to use margin top, and our margin top has to be 15 also. So let's save that. Let's get rid of the color. So let's go back to our home and try to hook it up and see whether the changes that we're making are working. So here we're going to have a closed component. So it's working fine. Our images has loaded. They're not scrolling automatically. So what we need to do, we need to set the options. So let's go back. So this is our carousel. We need to click on it, go back. So to have an automatic sliding, we need to utilize autoplay. So autoplay enables the slider to just slide on its own. And if it reaches the last index, we need it to loop back to the first index so that it can start again. So we need to have a circle loop. So for changes to take effect, we need to reload our application because we've made the changes, but it wasn't sliding. So we just need to reload our application, then it can start working properly. So let's go ahead and see. So we've made a mistake here. So our component is reading fine, but our border radius is not. So let's go ahead and try to see whether we didn't make a typo. So now we have our carousel working fine. So you can change the images and put any number of images that you want. So here it's 95%. It looks bigger. Let's bring it down to 93. It can be the same size as the other components. Let's close this welcome. What we need to create a new file in our home. So we need to call it heading. Let's just call it headings. So it has to be a JSX file. And we do the same as we did for the other files. We're going to create a headings style. So .style.js. So in our heading, let's create the component. And let's cut the style and put it in our style. And we need to import. We need to import our style sheet as well as exporting them. We need to import colors and sizes. So here we have our colors and we also need sizes. Let's go back to our headings. So in our headings, we need to get rid of this text. We need another view here. In our first view, we need to add a style. So it's supposed to be styles. And this style is coming from headings. So we have to give it a name. So first we're going to have a container. For our next view, we also need to give it a style. So let's go ahead and do that. This one, we're going to call it header. So inside here, we need a text. So for our text, we're going to call it NewRivals. So that's for the newly uploaded products, NewRivals. And we have to give our text a style. And the style is going to come from styles dot, let's say, header title. So this is a row. So we'll have our heading here, our NewRivals here, and we have an icon to go ahead and open all the products, like view all. So here we have a few items, and then if you view all, we are shown a list of all the items. So down below our text, we're going to require one more component. So here we're going to use touchable opacity, and we're going to import it from React Native. So in our touchable opacity, we need to have a few properties. So first, we're going to need an icon. Let's give it a name. Before we do that, let's import the icons on top. It's supposed to be expo. And in here, we need vector icons. This is supposed to be outside, not inside. So like that. So here, if we come for a name, the name that we need iris grid. Okay, let's go with grid and let's close it. Let's give it a size. Our size is going to be our default 24. And our color, it has to be our primary color, colors.primary. So we need to take care of these styles because we haven't created any of them. Our icon, it's okay, but for others, the container, the header, and the title, they don't have style. So in order for us to see the changes that we are making, let's go back to our home.jsx. In our home.jsx, we are going to hook it up here. We're going to say headings. Okay, it should appear like this. So it should be in a row, and we should change the font color. So let's go ahead and deal with the styles. Deal with our styles. The first style that we need to create is for our container. So here we're going to have our container. In our container, we're going to add margin top. So we need to give it a size of medium. After that, we need to have margin bottom. So our margin bottom has to be negative. So we're going to say negative sizes dot small. Let's make it extra small. We can give it a margin horizontal, and we give it a margin horizontal of 12. So let's go ahead and deal with our header. So we say our header is going to be a row. So what we need a row here. So for us to use a row, we need to utilize flex direction. So for flex direction, we are going to have a row. So now we have a row, and see, things are like our items are like side by side, but they're too close to each other. So we need to space them out. So we need to use justified contents, and we need space between, supposed to be space between. So now they're one at the end, the other one at the end. That's exactly what we need. So let's get rid of this negative margin. So let's leave it like that. And we need our header title. We need our text to be a little bit stylish. So let's copy header title. We come here, we create our style objects. So the first thing that we need, we're always going to need our font family. The font family that we are going to use is semi-bold. After that, we need to give it a font size, and our size is going to be extra large. So here we have our sizes, and we have Excel. The color by default is going to be black. So it's either we can go with the default color or we can change it to grayish. But for this one, we can go with black. That's okay. This size, we can reduce it a little bit. So let's say -2. A little bit better. Let's go ahead and continue working on our project. The next thing that we need to do, we need to display a list of products. We are going to require a flat list. To do that, let's go to our products. Let's create a new file, and we're going to call it product row. It's going to be product row.jsx. So in this JSX, we're going to create a component with style. And let's go ahead and cut the style from here. Let's go to our products folder in our components. Let's create a new file for our style. So it's going to be product row.style.js. So in here, we need to import our style sheet first. After importing our style sheet, we need to import the colors and the sizes that we're going to use. So here we need colors. And we also need sizes. Let's go ahead and paste the style sheet that we cut from the product row. After that, let's go ahead and export our style. So we're going to export default. Here is going to be styles. Let's save the file. Go back to our product row. Let's save the file also. So in here, in our product row, we don't require this view. Let's delete it from here. Right on top, instead of having this style sheet, we're going to have a flat list. A flat list allows us to render an array of data. So that's the component that we're going to use. So in here, we're going to have our flat lists, and it's going to be a closed component. So let's get rid of this flat list. So a flat list takes a data prop, which is the source of the data that we want to render. So our data is going to come from somewhere. We don't have our backend as yet. So let's go ahead and create a mock list right on top. We can just call it product or products. So I'm just going to have a list of numbers. So down here, I'm going to have products. Now we want to render the items to our screen. So to do that, our flat list comes with a prop with the name render item. So render item takes an item from this data. So it takes one item from this data and render it to a specific component. So let's take, for example, we have an item here. right? And we want to render that item. So the component that we are going to render the data to has to come here. So we don't have our product card as yet. So we're going to just render a text. So here, let's just put a text. We can just say product. Let's go ahead, go to our home screen. And after this heading, we are going to display our product row, and it has to be a closed component. So we have 4 products being rendered to our screen. So let's go ahead and finish the rest of the code. After that, we need our products to be rendered horizontally, not vertically. So we have a boolean flag horizontal. So they're all horizontal now. We have to pass content container style. So in our container style, we are going to put it here. We're not going to put it in our styles component. So here we require column gap. Our column gap, we get it from sizes. We're going to use medium. So column gap, we use it to create a gap between rendered components. So now let's go ahead and cut our flat list. We want to wrap it around a view. So we're going to have a view here. In our view, we paste our flat list. Let's format our code. So we need to add a little bit of style to our view. So what we're going to do, we just require one property. So we don't require to use the product row.style. So let's go ahead and do it in here. So we need to add margin top because we need to create space between this heading and the products. So we're going to give it a margin top, and we have to give it a value, and the value that we're going to give it is going to come from our sizes, and it's going to be medium. So now we have this space right here. Next, let's go ahead. We have 2 files. We have to create 2 new files. Okay, the first one is the product card view. I've already created the file, and you have to create the product card view.style.js. So these 2 files, you go ahead and create these two files. So let's open the product card view. In the product card view, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our component. Let's create a component with style. So this is the code for our row. We can just go ahead and copy it and we paste it in our product card view style. We need to change this text and render our product card. So we can just go ahead and remove, and in here we're going to have our product card. So if we save, our product card is rendered on the screen. So we're going to design our product card. So we want to see the changes that we'll be making. So it's better for us to just hook it up now. Whenever we're working on it, then we'll be seeing the changes that we are making. So for now, let's go back to our product card. We can close this product row. We need to have our style side by side so that we can work simultaneously. We can close the bar for now. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to get rid of this view that we have in here. Right on top, we need to import touchable opacity. Touchable opacity allows us to send touch feedback to the user. So by wrapping our product card in a touchable opacity, we can be able to trigger on press event. So if a card is pressed, then we can do something. So let's take, for example, if we click on a product card, we're supposed to be taken to a specific page. We can have an event trigger to navigate to the next page, which is the product page. So let's go ahead and work on our product card. So here we're going to have touchable opacity. So in our touchable opacity, we're going to have on press, but for now we're going to leave it as an empty function. So inside, we are going to require a view. And this view requires style. So we're going to have style. We can call it container style. We can call it container.container style. So we need to import our style somehow. So let's just create our container first, and then we can import our style. So our container, we're going to have a width, and we're going to have a width of 182. We're also going to require a height, and our height is going to be 240. Let's have margin, that's margin end. We're going to have a margin hand of 22. We're also going to require border radius. So we have to give a value. So we're going to use sizes.medium. And let's give it a background color. So our background color, it has to be a bluish color. So we're going to use our secondary color. So colors.secondary. So let's try to get rid of this and try to import. So our style is coming from ProductCard view.style. So here we need container. So now we have our cards and we can scroll. So everything is going accordingly. So let's go ahead and have our image container, because we want to have an image inside. So first we need to have our view. In our view, we need to give it a style. So let's just copy the style that we have here. We can just replace the name. So the name that we're going to pass here, we're going to say image container. So we're going to copy this image container, come right here, and we're going to create a new one. So our image container has a flex property, and we have to give it 1. We're going to have a width. So our image has to be smaller than the whole tile. So we're going to have width, and our width is going to be 170. So we're leaving roughly 12 pixels. We're going to have margin left, and we're going to give it a value of sizes.small, and we need to divide it by 2. We also require margin top, not margin right. The value is going to be the same. Let's give it a border radius, and it's going to have a border radius of sizes.small. After that, we need to have overflow. So we want to hide the overflow. So the property has to be hidden here. So let's go ahead and save. So right now, we don't see anything unless we come here and add a background color, but we can as well just go ahead and use a random image. So we can random color. So these spaces that we have here. So let's get rid of the color. We don't need it. So next, let's go ahead and work on our image. So in order for us to use images in React Native, we need to import the image component. So we come right at the top and we import image. So we're going to utilize the image inside here, and our image has to be a closed component. So in order for us to have our image, we need to provide a data source. So our image comes with a prop source. We need to define the source of the data. For now, we don't have the data, but what we can do, we can just go ahead. We've created these sliders, so we can just take one of the URL from these sliders, and then we can just pass it in here. So let's go ahead and look for a slider. Home, carousel. Okay, so let's take one of these URLs. We copy, we close this page, and in here, in our source, we have to use URI, and we have to provide our string. So we need to add style to our image. So to do that, let's go ahead and create the style for our image. So we need to mention the style first. So we're going to call our style image. Let's close this panel. come down here. Let's create our textile object, our style object. So our image has an aspect ratio, and the aspect ratio is 1. And we're going to have resize mode, and we want to make the image cover the whole screen. Okay, we need to save. Okay, so now we have our image rendered on the screen. Our view, this view that we have here, we need to create another view. So let's go ahead and do that. So we need to pass a style to the view. So it has to be styles dot, let's give it a name. So these are going to be the product details. So we're going to say details. We need to create, let's paste the name. And for our details, we just have to add padding. Our padding, we need to provide a value. So here it's supposed to be dot small. So let's go ahead and work inside our view. So the first component that we need is a text. So let's just go ahead and have a text here. Okay, so our text is rendering. So let's just say product. So in our text, we need to define our style. So here it's supposed to be, let's not use name, let's use title. So our text is going to be different for the title, for the supplier, and for the price. So now let's just copy and we paste it 2 more times. So here our border radius is now showing. So everything is going accordingly. So let's go ahead. On our title, we need to have number of lines. If our title is too long, then it's going to skip to the next line. We don't want that. So text comes with the prop, number of lines. So in number of lines, we're going to put 1. So let's take, for example, this is our text, right? And if we make it a little bit bigger, and then it'll be just cut. But if we remove this number of lines, let's say we don't have this number of lines, then it's going to be taken to the bottom. We don't want that. So let's have number of lines here, and we can use the same for our next text. Our next text is going to be supplier, and supplier might have a longer name. So we need to manage this text. For our price, it's okay. So for our price, we can put a number, a random number. That's too much. Let's add a $sign to it. So we need to create these styles now. So we have a title. So we're going to copy the title here. So we need a font family. For font family, we're going to go with bold. Then our font size, here we're going to go with .large. So for the price, we have to have an alternative price. So let's go ahead and have a color for margin bottom. We need to space it out a little bit. Margin bottom, and we're going to give it a margin of 2. Let's start with 2. Okay, so we can go ahead and copy the object that we just created. We paste it. If we paste it 1 more time, we need to change the names. So we have title, we have supplier. So we're going to put supplier here, and we're going to put price. So they're all bold. So for a supplier, we're going to use regular. On font family, we change it to regular, and we need to change the size from large to small. We need to get rid of this margin bottom, and we need to give it a color. So here we're going to have gray. So let's go ahead and deal with our price. So for our price, we're going to have size has to be medium. Size has to be medium, and then our font family is going to remain bold. We don't need this margin bottom. So that's all for our our product card, the next thing that we need to do, we need to add a button to add product to the cart from the product card. So right at the bottom of our view, this view with details, we need to have another touchable opacity. We need to add a button. So we need to have touchable opacity. So we just need to add style to this touchable opacity. So we're going to have style. So our style is going to be styles.addBtn. So let's go ahead, create the style. Let's add a comma first, right on top, and create this object. So inside this touchable opacity, we require an icon that we are going to be clicking to add items. So we can come right to the top. We need to import the icons. So the icons that we're going to be using, they are all coming from vector icons, export vector icons. So let's go ahead and do that. So this is the font name that we're going to use. So we need to come back to our touchable opacity, have our icon, and it's going to be a closed component. So we have to provide an icon name. Okay, let's do this. So it's going to be add circle. After that, let's go ahead and provide the size. So for this one, like we're using 24 as our default. So this one here has to be a little bit larger. So we need to make it 35, and we need to provide the color. For our color, let's use our colors. Okay, they're not imported. We can just import the colors right on top. So our color has to be primary. We have to use the dark green color. So now we have our button, but we need to change the positioning of our button. So in our add button, add BT and style, that's where we are going to take care of that. So we need to introduce a property called position, and we need to make it absolute, and we need to define the position where we need this. So whether at the bottom or at the top. So we need it at the bottom, and we need to adjust it to the right. So to do that, we need to have right here. The size is going to be the same. We're going to be using extra small. So we can just copy from here, and we can just paste it here. So now we have a touchable button. So in our product card, we need to navigate to our details page. If we press on this touchable opacity, the one wrapping the whole container. So what we need to do, we need to use a hook. We need to import the hook. The hook name is use navigation. So this hook allows us to access the navigation object. So after having this hook, we need to have it assigned to navigation. So since we are in a product card, a component, it's not a page. We cannot access navigation through our component here. So we have to use a hook to access navigation. So once we've done this, then we can use navigation. So here, where we are pressing, we want to navigate to a details page. So to do that, we can just come here and say navigation.navigate. And then we mention the page that we want to navigate to. So here, we are going to come to our pages in our screens. Then we have this product details page. So let's go ahead and create the component for it. So rnfcs. So we're just going to give it this name so we can save it for now. That's the first step. So let's go ahead, put the name here. But with this, we're not able to navigate to any page as yet. We still have another step missing. So to take care of that step, we need to come back to our directory, and we need to come to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to have a stack for this page, stack.screen. We need to pass it here. So we can go ahead, copy this name that we've just inputted here, and then we can paste it here. And we need to provide the component that we need to render if we click on this product card. So let's go ahead and visit our index.js. We need to import this page. It's product details, and we need to export it. Let's save. Here we can pass the component, and right on top we have to go back to the top. Here we have our cut page. Now we can be able to add the page from here. If we go back to our product card, everything is okay. We just need to save it, and then if we click, then we are sent to this page. So let's proceed. We want to add a little bit of margin here so that our lists, this horizontal list, can be aligned with the heading that we have on top and with everything else. So what we need to do, we need to go to our product row. So in our product row, we need to add a margin left of 12. And let's go ahead and try to get this style from the page, from the product row page, and we can put it in our style sheet. So here we're going to have, let's just say, container. So in our container, we paste the code. We need to get rid of the braces. So we need the title. Let's copy the title here. Let's close this. And we need to have styles. Our style is going to come from our product row, and it's going to be .container. Right now, we need to go ahead and work on our product details page. So for me, I'm going to recreate the component because I've gotten rid of it. But for you, you have it. So yours is like this. So we need to get rid of this text. And we need to create another file to store our styles. So we need to create a page by the name product_details.style.js. I've already created the file already. So here, we first import StyleSheet from React Native, and we import our colors and sizes from constants. And here, we just create a style, and then we export it. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to create a container. We have to give it a flex, and this is going to be flex 1, and that's all. We need to go back to our product details page. But before we do that, let's make sure that we have this side by side with our product details page. So let's make it a little bit. Okay, so in this view, we are going to pass our style. So here, that's our style. We need to import it, and we need to wrap it around a container. So in here, we need to have another view because we need to have our back button, and we also need to have our favorites icon. So in this view, we need to provide a style. So our style is going to be styles, and we need to create one called upper row. Let's just save it. We need to copy this upper row. We need to come back here. We need to paste it, and we need to create the style object. So first, in our row, we're going to require margin horizontal, and let's give it a size of 20. We need flex direction because we need two icons side by side, just like what we've done here. We have the location and the cart. So we need flex direction so that we can place our icons horizontally. So here is going to be a row, not a column. It's supposed to be a row. We need to justify our content. We need our icons to be end to end. So we need to use justified content. In here, we're going to use space between. After that, let's have align items, and we have to make it to center. Let's go ahead and have a position. We want to make it absolute, and it should be on top. And on top, we're going to say sizes dot extra large, and our z index is going to be 999. We also need width. Our width is going to come from our sizes, so sizes dot width, and we need to subtract 44. We need to add a comma. So that's it for our upper row. So in our upper row, we're required to have 2 icons. So we need to import our icons. And we're getting them from export vector icons. So let's go ahead and copy the name. In here, let's have our first icon. It's going to be a closed component. So the first thing that we need to provide is a name. So we need chevron back circle. Let's close that and let's give it a size. We're going to give it a size of 30, and the color is going to be black. So it's okay. So let's just go ahead and click here. So we have our icon on top. We need to have another icon, but before we go there, we need to have a touchable opacity. So as we said before, touchable opacity helps us to read gestures from the user. So if the user touches, then we need to trigger an event. Our event is going to be going back. So touchable opacity, then we paste our icon. Here we need on press, and we are going to pass an empty function for now. Let's get back. So from this product card, we want to pass the navigation and get into this details page. So what we're going to do, we want to receive the navigation in here. So we're going to say navigation, and this navigation is the one that we're going to use to navigate back. So here we got navigation to go back. So if we click now and click back, it's working fine. So we are done with that part. We need to have another icon below, but this icon, it's also going to be wrapped around a touchable opacity. But for now, we're not going to deal with its on press event. So we need to get rid of this navigation, and we just need to pass an empty function. So down here, we need a new icon. So our icon is going to be a heart, since we're going to be dealing with favorites. We have our heart here, and our heart is black. We need it to be a military green color. So we're going to pass a color here. So our color is supposed to be colors dots. We don't have colors here. Okay, so we need to import them. They've already imported. So we need to have primary color and save. So our color has changed. If we touch on it, it's pressable, and we can see that. If we press on this, we can go back. We're going to require an image. We want an image, and it has to be a closed component. So we have to import from React Native. So we're going to require text a little bit later, so we can leave it there. So here we're going to have an image. So as we said before, our image requires a source. So we need to provide the source of our image. So first, let's pass a URI, and we need to provide the URI. So we've used an image in our product card. So we can just open it, copy the URL that we've used before, go back to our product details page, and we're going to paste it in here. After that, let's go ahead and put some style to our image. So we need style. We can just call it image. So let's copy the name, come back to our styles, add a comma, then we need to create the object. So here we need to have aspect ratio. The aspect ratio is going to be 1. Resize mode, we're going to use cover. So if we go on and click, we didn't save our details. So we have our image. We need another view. So we're going to have a view. Let's close it. We need to add some style to it. So here, let's go ahead, style. We are going to call it details, copy the name, and we're going to create our details. So in our details, we're going to require margin top. We're going to use our sizes. So here we're going to use a negative.large, negative. So let's save it and let's go ahead and save this. So we require a negative because we want this details container to be on top of the image a little bit. So after that, we need to have another view. In this view, we require style. So let's just copy the style that we have here. Let's paste it here and we need to give it a name. We're just going to call it title row. So we need to create this title row. So before we proceed working on our title row, let's add more details to our details. We need to have a background color. We need to have width. Our width is going to be the same as the device width. So we're going to access our sizes and we're going to pass width. After that, let's go ahead and provide border. So we want to have border to the left and border to the top right. It's supposed to be border top, not bottom. So here we're going to have medium. So we're going to have left and right. So here we need to have right. So that's it for the details. Next, let's add style to our title. That we need margin horizontal. We're going to give it a margin of 20. We're going to have padding bottom, and we're going to give it a padding of sizes.small. We need flex direction. So we want to create a row. So flex direction. After that, we need to justify the content. Here, it has to be space between. After justifying the content, we need to align our items to the center. Let's have a width. Our width is going to be the device width minus 44. So here, we're going to require width and we're going to subtract 44. And let's have top. So at the top, we need to have 20 here. So let's go ahead and work inside our title row. The first thing that we need our title. So our title is going to be a text. So we can just write anything random here. So this is what we are looking for, but the colors are different now. So what we can do, let's go ahead and see the container. Let's have background color. So the colors are now uniform. So you need to add color to this container. So here, let's just say product. It's supposed to be product, and we need to add style. So here is going to be the title. Let's create the style. So for our title, we're going to require font family. So it's going to be bold. Our font size is going to be large. So we're going to have font size. And we need to access our sizes. Here, we need to make it large. Let's save it. We should have changes in the row. So here, we're going to have a view. We want to display our prices on the other end. So here, we're going to have a view. Let's close it. Let's bring it down. We need to add some style to our view. So here, we're going to say styles dot, it's going to be a price wrapper. We need to create. So here we're going to have, let's just paste, get rid of the other P. So our price wrapper requires two properties. The first one is going to be the background, and our background color is going to be secondary. The next, we are going to require a border radius, and our border radius is going to be coming from our sizes. So here is going to be sizes.large. So in here, we require the text for our price. So let's copy the one that we have on top. We can just paste it here. So we need to change this title. Let's give it a name. Let's call it price, and we need to create it. So we can just copy the one that we have here and make some changes. Let's call it price. We need to add a little bit of padding. So right on top, let's add padding, and let's give it a padding of 10. So here it has to be semi-bold. We want to change on the price, and let's give it a padding a font family of semi-bold, and let's work on our radius. It's too big. We need to make it a little bit smaller, or let's just put a price here. Okay, let's say 660.88, something like that, but we need to work on this. Okay, so it's better that way. We just add heading horizontal. Even if we put a 10 here, the shape still remains nice. So we don't want it to be too big. Then working on this title row, we need to work on another rating row underneath here. So what we need to do, we need to have another view. So we need to add a style, and the style is going to be similar to this style, similar to this title row that we have here. So we need to copy this and go ahead and paste it down here. And we need to change it from title row. We need to change it to rating. So let's just copy, and we come up here to our styles. In our styles, we need to add. So let's just go ahead and copy the style that we have here on top. We're going to change some properties. So first we need to get rid of the margin horizontal. In top, we need to give it a 5, not 250. We need to give it a 5. And our width here is -44. We need to make it -10. And let's save that. And let's go ahead and save that. So now we need to work in this view that we just created. So the first thing that we need to have another view. Let's add a style. So this style, we're going to call it rating. So let's go ahead and put it down. So in our rating, we need to put some properties. So first we're going to start with top. So we need to take the properties from our sizes. So we're going to go with large. After large, we are going to have a flex direction, since we are going to require another row. So it's a row inside of a row. So our flex direction, we need to have a row inside, and we need to justify content. We need to make it to the start, this row. We should start at the beginning. So we're going to have flex dash start. Okay, so let's just go. Let's add a comma here so that we won't have the error. And we have to align items to the center, and we need to have a margin horizontal. Let's add a comma right on the top, and it's going to come from our sizes. So we're going to utilize sizes.large. So we are done with our rating. Let's go ahead and save it here. So we need to work in this view. So in this view, we need to render some stars, some rating stars. So to do that, we don't want to have 5 stars, like to copy 5 icons and put them in a row. We need to have an array, and then we map that array 5 items, and then we map those 5 items to our icons. So let's just go ahead and do that. So here, first we're going to have our array. We're going to put numbers. So we need index. So we need 5 stars. So we're going to have 5 items in our array. So in here, we're going to take the index, and we are going to render an icon. So we need to come to the top. Okay, we already have our icon, so we can just go ahead and use our icon here. So the first thing that we're going to need a key. So a key is an identifier. So like each and every star has to be unique. So this key is the one that we use to identify, like, okay, which star are we on? So we need an index. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're unique keys, and we need to provide a name. Okay, so this one is going to be a close component. So let's just close it so that we won't have an error. We need size, and our size is going to be 24. And we also need to give it a color. So our color is going to be gold. So we can just provide a string here, and we're going to say gold. Right after our rating, we need to have another view. So what we're going to do, we're just going to copy this view that we have here, and let's go ahead and paste it below the rating view. Let's save it. So we're supposed to have the counter on this end. So what we're going to do, we're going to remove the stars, and we're going to remove let's leave the text for now. We're going to remove the stars. So we need to utilize touchable opacity, because we want to trigger an event when the button is clicked. So Here, let's go ahead and have our touchable opacity. So in our touchable opacity, we're going to have on press. So we're going to put it as empty for now, and then we'll work on it a little bit later. Inside our touchable opacity, we want to have an icon. So here, we already have icons on top, but we're not going to use them. So we need to have simple line icons. So let's go ahead, copy the name, and we go right on top, and we add it here. So as we said before, our icon requires a name. So we have to provide a name. So here we need plus, we need to provide size, and our size is going to be 20, and the color by default is going to be black. So let's go ahead and save that. So we have our addition button. So if we click, we can see it's clickable. That's what we need. Let's go ahead, copy it, and right after our text, we're going to paste again, and we need to change this plus to minus. Let's save it. So right now, let's deal with this text. So for this text, let's just put 1. To manage state in our React Native application, we are going to use useState. So we need to come up here on top, and we need to import useState. After importing useState, we need to create our variable for the counter. We need to manage state for this counter that we have here. So let's go up here and create the variable. So we're going to have our count, and we need to have set count so that we can set the count. useState, and our value is going to be an integer. So let's give it an initial value of 1. So if we take this counter and replace the number that we have here, then the value will be 1. So we have to wrap this around the braces. Let's say count. So the number still remains 1. So if our state changes, let's say this number becomes 10, then here it's going to be 10. So we need to create 2 functions to handle incrementing and the one to handle decrementing until our count. So first we need to have the one to increment. So we are going to use set count as well, just copy it from here. When we want to set count, we need to have count. We need to take this count and we need to add 1 to it. So initially our count is going to be 1, and here is going to be plus 1. So when we press on this button here, we are going to add 1 to the count that we have here, and a change is going to be rendered to our UI, and this number is going to change to 2. So let's go ahead and have an illustration. So this is our increment. Okay, we're going to increment. So let's try to run it. If we click, this number should change to 2. If we click again, it should change to 3. Click again, it should change to 4. Our counter is working to increment, but we don't have anything yet on the other end to decrement the count. Let's go ahead and work on our decrement. So we can just copy the one function that we created on top for incrementing, paste it down, and we are going to change the name to decrement. After that, we need to make a few changes. So here is going to be count minus 1, but that's not all. We need to have a condition here because we don't want our number to go below 1, not 0. Because if you're adding products to the cart, we should at least add 1 product by default. We shouldn't go below 1. So we need to have a condition. We need to check if count is greater than 1, then we're going to put it inside. So let's go ahead and hook our decrement to the button. So let's go down. So if we decrement, it should go to 3, 2, 1, and it shouldn't go below 1. So our count is working fine. Below the rating row, we need to create another view. So let's do that. And we need to give style to this view. Let's go ahead. We're going to call it description wrapper. So in our description wrapper, we're going to require two things. The first thing is margin top, and we're going to give it a margin top of sizes large, and we're going to multiply it by 2. After that, we're going to require margin horizontal, and it's going to be sizes.large. Okay, now let's go ahead and make this style visible. We can close that. So it's going to be size.large. So we need to utilize this description wrapper in our view. So we need to call for styles. So we need our description wrapper. So inside our description wrapper, we need the text. And our text is going to have a style. And we're going to call it description. So let's go ahead, copy, paste, and we create an object. Let's close it. Okay, so here we're going to have two, the one for the description and the description heading. So this one is going to be for the description. So we're going to use medium here. We don't want it to be too big. And the size is going to be large -2. So let's go ahead and have some texts. We're just going to say description here. Continue. Let's go ahead and put our description down here. So in order for us to have our description, we need a text component. It should be capital T. And let's have another one here. And we need to add some style to it. Let's create a style object for it. So the font family is going to be regular. And our font size, we're going to use size.small. We're also going to justify our texts, align our text. So we're going to use text align, and we need to use justify here. We need to have margin bottom, and we're going to have a margin bottom of .small. So let's go ahead and add texts. So for now, we can add anything random. So that's our text. We need to have like more lines. So what we're going to do, we need to open our browser. So I'm going to use a Lorraine generator to just have some random text. So I'm just going to copy, and let's go back to our project. And let's paste what I've copied. So that's our description, and it's well justified. The view. So we need to add style to this view. So what we're going to do, we're just going to use the style in here. So we need to give it a margin bottom, and let's give it a margin bottom of 10. So we're going to use sizes.small. Let's create another view. Let's give it a style. So we have to give this style a name. So it's going to be styles.location. So we need to create the object. Let's close it first. Okay, so we're going to have flex direction first because we want to make a row. So we're going to have row. We need to justify the contents, and it has to be space between. We need to align items, and we need a background color. So our color is going to be secondary. So if we save, nothing is going to show. We're going to give it a padding, and we're going to give it a padding of 5. Let's give it a border radius. It is going to be sizes.large. So if we come to our view, we're going to need an icon. So I already have iron icons, so we're going to utilize them. It's going to be a closed component. So the next thing that we need a name. It has to be location outline. and we need to give it a size, and our size is going to be 20. Okay, so this is our icon, but the location, we might need to use location, not locate. Let's give margin horizontal. We're going to give it a margin horizontal of 12. So that's our location, and we need to have a text. Just type something right. So we need to cut these two, and we need to put them in a view. Let's paste them in here. So now they're in a column because our view comes with a default property as a column. So we need to set it to a row. So we're going to do it in here. So we need our style, and we're going to have flex direction. Let's set it to a row. Let's go ahead and copy this view that we just created, and let's paste it down. So we should have two icons like this. We can add a little bit of space. Okay, so here we're going to use material community icons. So we need to go ahead and import them at the top. So we need to change our icon. We want a track. Okay, and we need to change our text. We're going to say free delivery. Let's capitalize the D, and let's change the location. We are going to say Dallas. We need to change a little bit. We need to do our rating text. Okay, our rating text is here. We need to add a little bit of padding horizontally. So we are going to say padding horizontal, and we need to give it a padding of maybe 5. We just need to get rid of these spaces. We don't need them. So let's increase it. We can say size is extra small. After that, let's go ahead. We've finished working on this bar that we have here. So right below that, we need to create another view. So let's do that. We're going to have a view, and we need to give it a style. So this one is going to be cut row. Let's go ahead and create it. So below here, we can just put it on top because it's going to be similar to the text row. Let's get rid of this top. Let's get rid of this margin horizontal. So let's leave it like that. If there are any changes that we need to make, then we can revisit and make them. So in our view, we need to have a touchable opacity. We need to trigger an event if the button is clicked. So we're going to have on press, but we are going to handle it later. So let's just create it as an empty function here. And inside, we are going to require a text. At the top, let's go ahead and create a style for our touchable opacity. We don't want to wrap it around a view. We can just style our touchable opacity. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to say styles.cart button. So here we can just call it btn. Let's go ahead and create our cut button. Okay, we can add a comma over there. So for cut button, we're going to require width. So we're going to use the width that we have in our sizes. That's the width of the device. So it's going to be size.width, and we're going to multiply it by 0.7. We don't want it to occupy the whole screen. So let's just add a background color first so that we can see what we are doing. So we're going to have a background color. So our background color is going to be a dark color. We're going to use black. So we're going to say colors.black. So let's save. If we come here and have some random text and save this file, then something should appear. So far so good. So we want to add a padding. We want to add a padding to our cut button. So our padding is going to be sizes.small, and we also need a border radius. We need it to be circular. So we're going to say border radius, and our radius, we're going to utilize our sizes. So we're going to say size.large. Now we need to push the button in. So we're going to use, this is margin left. We need to give it a 12. So that's for our button. And as for our text by default is black, so we cannot see it. We are going to style the text, then it can be visible. Title, so we're going to copy and we're going to say cut text or cut title. Either way, we have to make it capital T, and this one has to be lowercase. So here we're going to have our style. So here is going to be cut title, and we need to add color, and our color is going to be a light color. So we need to use the colors that we have in our constants, and it's going to be light white. So let's reduce the size a little bit. We're going to make it medium. So our text here, it should be buy now. That's going to be our text. And right here, we need a button to add items to our cart. So since we are in a row, we need to have another touchable opacity. So we're going to have a touchable opacity. Let's get rid of this style. We're going to have a new style, add to cart. So let's go ahead and create the add to cart first. So we've created our add to cart style. We need to fill the style. So first we need to give it width and height. So we're going to have width. The width is going to be 37. We want to make it square, and we're going to have a height of 37. Let's go ahead and give it a border radius. We want to make it circular. So we're going to use border radius, and our border radius here is going to be 50. Let's give it a margin. So our margin is going to be sizes.small. We want to give it a background color. Okay, and let's bring it to the top so that it can be visible. So here we need background color. Let's get rid of this text. So in here, we're going to require an icon. Let's go ahead and add our icon. So our icon is going to come from Fontisto. We need to have that shopping bag. So here is going to be a closed component. So we need to provide a name. But before that, we don't have this Fontisto imported. So we need to go to the top where we're importing our icons, and we need to import Fontisto too. So we need to paste it here. Let's save. We go down. We need to provide a name. So our name is going to be shopping bag. Let's save that. We need to give it a size. And our size is going to be, let's start with 24. So for the color, we're going to give it a lighter color. So we need to add it to the center. Add cart. So in our add cart, we need to, so what we're going to do, we are going to use align. Let's just say align items, and we are going to put them to the center. After that, we need to justify content, and we need to justify it to the center also. So we have our cart button. Let's go ahead and try to reduce the size of our icon so that it can be within. Let's give it a 22. Okay, that's much better. And this button might be a little bit bigger on your screen because I've made a change here. Let's visit the button, the cut buttons, the cut button, and we need to reduce the padding. So initially we use sizes.small. So we need to divide it by 2 so that it can be a little bit smaller, and it can fit in with our cut button. So let's go ahead and save. Our cart title is over here. We need to give it a little bit of margin to the left. So we're going to give it a margin of size.small. So it's going to be sizes.small. We need to add a comma to get rid of the error. So we need it to be a little bit inside a not like right at the beginning, and we need to push this cut button a little bit to the end. So we need to come to our cut row here, and we need to remove the -44 because it was with -44. So if it is like that, then it will be inside. So we need to get rid of the subtracted width so that it can be way outside. So our buttons are working fine. So we're done with our product page. Next, let's go ahead and work on our backend and try to hook everything, and then we can proceed to do some other things. So to get started with our backend, we need to create a new VS Code window. So let's go ahead and do that. Right on top, we'll go to File. We create a new window. Our window is open. We need to open a folder. So I've already created a folder on my desktop with the name backend. So you can go ahead and create a folder in any directory that you need to store your backend. So for mine, it's going to be on the desktop. So I'm going to open the folder. After opening the folder, you need to open the terminal. After your terminal is open, you need to run the command npm init. So our project has been created. We have our package.json here. So we need to install the packages. So we are going to have a few packages. Let's clear the terminal. So I'm going to run the command npm I. I'm going to have nodemont. The next one that we're going to have is going to be Express. We're also going to install Mongoose because we want to use MongoDB. We're also going to use .env. So let's install this first, and let's go ahead and create our folder structure. So we are going to need controllers. So in this folder, we are going to be storing all our functions, and let's have our models. And our models are going to be in the root directory, not in the controller folder. So in the root directory, we're going to have another folder with the name models. And we're also going to have another folder for routes. And right outside, we need to create a file, and we need to call it index.js. So our packages are going to take a little bit. So while they're still installing, let's go ahead and create our files. So in our models, the first file that we're going to create is going to be for products. So we're going to have a products.js. That's the first file that we need to work on. So let's go ahead and create a controller for our products. So we're going to have products controller, let's say controllers.js. And in our routes, we're going to have another one. So we're going to have products.js. So first, we're going to work on our products, and then we can go on and work on the other functionalities. Before we do that, we need to go to extensions. In extensions, we need to look for an extension with the name Node Snippets if you don't have it already. But if you have it, then it's okay. If you don't have it, go ahead and install it. After installing, then you can go ahead and open your index.js. In our index.js, we have to type a line Node Express and then press enter. So our server has been successfully created. So right here, we're just importing an instance of our Express, and then we're using that instance to create our server. At the bottom, we are listening to our server on this port. This port is defined here, and we're using port 3000 for now. We might change it a little bit later. And if our server has been started and it's running, we are console logging this text and the port number. So we want to go ahead and run our server for the first time. But before we do that, we should come to our package.json. In our package.json, we have to change this. We have to come to scripts, and we have to come to this first line. We need to change this from test to start, and we need to change the text inside here. So we're going to be using nodemon to hot reset our server. Here we're going to have index.js. So let's go ahead and run our server for the first time. So we're going to say npm start. So our server is running. As we said before, if our server is running, this text is logged on our terminal. And this is the text that we get here. If we run this on our browser, a GET request on port 3000, localhost 3000, then we'll get this text. So let's just go ahead, open the browser, and let's have localhost 3000. So this is the text that we have in our server. So we can go back to our server. If we change this text to furniture F, okay, we can just say furniture world and save it. Then our application is hot reset with the node mode that we set in our package.json here. And if we go back to our browser now and just refresh this page, then our text is going to change to furniture world. Go ahead and create our database. So we just need to create a new window and we're going to say mongodb.com. So for you to create a database on MongoDB, you should have an Atlas account. Press try free, then you can sign up. You can either use Google, email, or your GitHub. So it's a pretty simple process. So we're not going to go through it. I'm just going to log in direct. I'm going to sign in into my account. Come up here and you can create a new project. You can give the project a name. So let's call it furniture. Then we can just create a project. It's going to take a little bit. So our project has been successfully created. Let's go ahead and build a database. So we're going to use a free tier, the EM0, and we're going to choose AWS. On region, you can choose any region which is closer to you. So for me, I'm just going to go with Hong Kong, and you have to give your cluster a name. Then you can create your cluster. So right here, you need to create a user. So like you can put a password that you can remember because we need that password to log in into the database from our application. So let's give it a name that we can remember. So here we're going to say furniture 2023. And we can use the same for our password. Then we can create a user. After creating a user, we need to choose cloud and we need to add IP address. Instead of this IP address, you can add a universal one. So with this IP address, you can be able to access your database from anywhere in the world. So let's just give it a name. We're going to call it universal. So it's here. I'm going to remove this one so that I can have one IP address. Then we can finish. So our database has been successfully created. Let's go ahead and press connect. So on connect, you need to go to MongoDB for VS Code and click. After clicking, you need to take this URI. You need to copy this URI. Then close this. So it's okay. So let's go back to our VS Code. Create a .env file. So in our .env file, we need to create a variable for our URL. So we're going to have Mongo URL is equals to, and then we paste the URL that we got from our MongoDB. So you need to have your username and you need to have your password. And right at the end, you need to write the database name. So initially, it's going to be like this, MongoDB.net, and here you just need to write the database name. After you're done with that, you can save. Let's go to our index.js. So in our index.js, we need to utilize our .env. So for us to do that, we need to import our .env here. So we're going to have const.env is equals to require. So here we're going to require .env. We've already installed .env when we installed the dependencies. So here we want to initialize our .env, so we can do it right at the bottom. So we can say .env.config. So right now we can use our .env. So we want to connect to our MongoDB. So the first thing that we need to come back right to the top. We need to import our mongoose. So we're going to have const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. Let's close that. And right underneath our .env, we need to connect to our database. So we're going to say mongoose.connect. So we need to provide the URL to our database. So we're going to access our variables in our .env. We're going to use process.env. And we need to provide the name that we've put in our .env. So we can go back. This is the name that we've used. We can copy the name. We want to reduce errors. So we can just paste the name here. We need to know whether our database has been connected or not. So here we're going to have then. So if our database is connected, we need to do something. So first we are going to console log a message on our terminal. So here we're going to say log, and we're going to say DB connected. And if there's an error connecting to our database, we need to catch that error, and we need to log it on our terminal. After catching the error, then we are going to log that error. So let's have our console log down here. Let's get rid of this, and we are going to have our error. So we've successfully connected to our database. So here you can see we have a text DB connected. This is the same text that we have here. So we've successfully connected to our database. So next we're going to go ahead and create our models. Then we can go ahead and work with the rest of our controllers and routes. We have to go to the models folder, open models, and in here the first thing that we need to have our mongoose. So we're going to have const mongoose is equals to require mongoose. And down here we need to create our product schema. So it's going to be new mongoose schema. So we have to create our schema inside. So the first thing that we are going to need is a title. And we have to provide a type for our title. So our title is going to be a string. And required is going to be true. So each and every time that we try to create a product, that means we should provide this. We should provide the title. So let's go ahead, paste it multiple times. Next, we're going to need our supplier, and the properties remain the same. We need our image URL. Properties are the same also, and we need our description. And after our description, we are going to require product location. And right after this, let's add a comma. We need to have timestamps. Whenever a product is created, we need to have a timestamp in our database. So we're going to have timestamps, and we're going to set them to true. So let's go ahead and close this. Let's try to format it. And down below, we're going to export this schema that we just created. So we're going to have moji.export. So we're exporting a mongoose model, and the name is going to be product. It's a product model. Let's put a capital P. Product schema. Right now, let's go ahead and open our controllers folder. Let's open this products controller. So the first thing that we're going to require in here, we're going to require the model that we've just created. So we're going to say const product is equals to require. So we need to access our models, and we need to access this products model. So we have our model. So here to create our function, we need to export them so that they can be used in our routes. So we're going to say modules.export. So in here, the first one that we're going to have is create. We're going to create a product. So we might as well call it create product. And it has to be asynchronous since we are going to be calling our database. And in here, we require a request and response. So we need to create a new product. So const new product. So the data that we're getting from our request body is the one that we're going to use to create a new product. So here we're going to say request.body. Let's close that. So down below, to use our database, we need a try catch block, because if our database is not connected, we need to send a feedback to the user that, okay, your product has failed to create. So up on top, we're going to await this product. Let's copy, let's paste it, and we're going to save it to the database. After that, we are just going to pass a response status 200, and we are going to pass a JSON message, but we are not going to pass the whole product to the user. We are just going to pass a message that your case has been created successfully, something like that. So here we are just going to say product created successfully. So if there's an error during the process of creating the product, we need to send a status code. So our status code is going to be 500, and we are going to say failed to create a product. So that's all when it comes to creating a product. After adding a comma, we want to create a new function. So we want to get all the products. So we're going to call it get all products. And these properties, they still remain the same. So we can as well just copy, paste, and we need to close it, add a comma afterwards. And we need to get inside. So inside, to get all products, we need to access our database. So we're going to have a try catch block. In our try catch block, the first thing that we need to do, we need to create an instance for the data that we get. So we are going to have const products. So here we have to await products.find. So we're going to use our model, and we're getting everything. We need to sort the data when we get it. So we need to sort. To sort the data, we're going to sort it by date. So in MongoDB, our date is going to be created date. So after putting all the data in this instance, we need to send it back to the user. So down here, we can just copy this response that we have here, paste it down here. So it's going to be 200. The status code is going to be 200 if all the data is retrieved, and we need to send that data. So we're going to have products. If there's an error getting the data, then we need to send a status code 500. So we just copy and paste, and we can say failed to get the products. So that's all for getting all the products. Let's create the next one, which is getting one product. So we can say get product. So it's going to require a request and a response. We need to have an arrow function. We need to close it here. So we also need a try catch block. So we just say try catch. So right now we need to get a product. So in our try catch, we're going to have const product. So we are going to await our database. So here we want to find the product by ID. Where are we going to get the ID? So the ID is going to come from our request params. So here we're going to say request.params.id. After getting the data, we're going to send back the data. So our status is going to be 200, and we're sending back this product. So in our try catch block, if we fail to get the product, then we have to send a message to the user that we failed to get the product. We just send a status 500, and we just say failed to get the product. We might need to go back to our MongoDB so that we can create the search index. So let's just create the function first. So we're going to say search product. It's going to take the same request and response, and we need our arrow function. So in here, we need to have our try catch block. So right now, let's go back to our browser and go back to our database. We need to set up our search index. So if you come to your database, the one that you've just created, on the left, you need to go and click search. After search, you need to go to Atlas search. So we don't have data as yet. So we are going to say add my own data. So database name is going to be furniture app. Collection name is going to be products. And the last, we can leave it like that. So we need to create. After creating, then we need to create a search index. We need to have a visual editor. We're not going to go with JSON, so we're going to go with a visual editor. Let's just give it a name. So we're going to call it furniture. So this is our database and we want to search in products. Let's press next. And then we're going to create our search index. So our search index has been set up successfully. The next thing that we need to do, we need to come here and we say edit with visual editor. So we're going to go to search tester. We need to get the code from here. So we need to click here and we need to get this code. So we can just copy the code and go back to our VS Code. So in our VS Code, the first thing that we need to do in our try catch, we need to create an instance of our data. So the results that we are going to get, we're going to store them in this variable. So we're going to await our database. So we need to get the products. So we're going to say product, let's add an equal sign, product.aggregate. So this time we're not going to use find, we're going to use aggregate. So aggregate allows us to have some complex data processing. So search is one of them because we're going to be using a wildcard. We're going to search our database using the title, description, or the location of the product. So in here, we need to paste the code that we just copied from our atlas. So here, this is the name of our index. And our query here is going to come from our request params. So we need to change this to request.params, and we are going to have a key. So we need to provide the key in order for us to search. And we are going to search with a wildcard, so we can use anything. Title, product, description. We can also use the supplier. So that's all for our search. We need to send back the results. So we can just copy this response. So if response is 200, we need to send back the results. Else we need to send an error. So here, since it's a search, we can say fail to get the products. Right now, let's go ahead and create our routes. So we have this file, products.js. So in this file, we first need to have our router. So we're going to have const router is equals to require express.router, and then we need our controller. So we're going to have an instance of our controller. So we're going to say product controller. We need to access our controllers. In our controllers, we need to access this products controller. So now we have access to our functions. So the first endpoint that we're going to have is a get. So we're going to say router.get, and we need to provide the endpoint. So here we are just going to have slash, and we're going to access our product controller, and we want to get our products. So let's copy, paste it down 4 times. So the next one that we're going to have, it's a get, and we want to get one product. So we need to provide the ID. This is how we are going to provide an ID from our params. We are going to change from get all products to get product. So let's go ahead and visit this get product. It's supposed to be get product. Let's go ahead and visit this get product. So when we're getting the product, we require an ID. This is the ID that we are passing from over here. Next, we need to search through our products. So our endpoint is going to be search, and we need to provide a key. So here we're just going to say key, and we need to change the function to search product. So if we visit our search product, here our query is going to be request params.key. The key is the one that we are providing in front of our endpoint, this key, and we need to post. When we are creating a product, we are posting, so we need to post. And here we need to change the function to create product. So we're going to say module.exports is equals to router. And let's save it. So first we're going to run our application. So npm start to see whether we do have any errors as yet. Our application is connecting, so let's go ahead and try to hook this router in our index.js. So the first thing that we need to do, we need an instance of our router. So we're going to have const product router. We're going to need our router. So it seems like we have an error here. So let's go ahead and visit the page. So in our model, line 11, module exports is equals to module, not modules. It's supposed to be mongoose. So let's go ahead and change that. Let's save. Our application is connecting fine. So let's go back to our index.js. So in order for our application, our server to process JSON data, we are going to need, we are going to use a JSON parser, but we're going to use the one Express provide for us. So we're going to say app.use express.json, and in here we need to pass a parameter, we need to pass a limit, and our limit is going to be 10 megabytes. If we send a file or trying to retrieve a file which is like 10 megabytes, then we can be allowed to do that. We also need another parameter from our Express. So we need to have the limit also. So let's just copy it from the above. We paste it here, and we need to set extend to true. So right now we need to create our endpoint. Let's bring it down a little bit. So here we're going to say app.use. So first we're going to have API, and this endpoint is going to be products, and we want to use this router that we just imported. So that's our endpoint for our products. REST API, but before we do that, we want to move our port to our .env. So we're going to create another variable, and we're going to call it port. We're going to give it a value of 3000. Let's save it. Let's go back to our index.js. In our index.js here, we're going to say process.env.port, or we're going to use this port. So here we are going to check for the port in our .env. If the port is found, then we go ahead and run our server. If this port is not found in our .env, then we use the default port that we have here, which is this one. Here we can just change to process.env.port. So it's still 3000 because the port number that we put in our .env is 3000. So let's take, for example, we put 3001. If we save and we come back, we save again, it's going to be 3001 because the first option is this port that we're getting from the .env. So let's go ahead and change it to 3000. And right now, it's time to test our REST API. So let's go ahead and open Postman. I have the environment already set up. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to come to this requests, create product. So here we have a title, supplier, price. Okay, let's go back to our application. Let's go back to our models. In our models, we didn't set the price, just figured. So we can just copy and paste any of the strings that we have, and we create one for the price. It has to be lowercase. So let's go back to our postman. So here I've already created some products before, so we're just going to say, let's just say green couch. So I'm going to post this product. So product created successfully. That means our REST API is working fine. So we need to get this product. Let's get products first. We need to send a request. So this is the green couch that we just created now. We can get the ID, go to get products, and then change the ID here, and then we press enter. We're getting the product. Next, our search. So we've created a product before, and the product has a location, Dallas. So we want to search that product using the location. We have other products with Dallas as their location, so most probably we're going to return them as well. And we have first product, we have the second product, and this is the third product, the product that we just created, green couch, and the location is Dallas. So right now, let's copy the title. We're just going to copy part of the title, and we're going to paste it here, and we're going to press search. So we have searched for green, and we have our green couch returned. So that's how our search is going to work. So everything is working fine. Next, we're going to integrate our REST API to our React Native application. Now that we're done creating our product section in our API, what we need to do, we need to hook our API to our application. So we need to close everything, and we need to come to this hook folder. In this hook folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it useFetch, and it has to be a JS file. After creating the file, we need to open it, and then we need to create a component. After creating the component, we need to import two hooks. The first one is going to be use state. We're going to be using it to manage our state. And the next one is going to be use effect. We're going to use it to load the data once our custom hook that we're creating here has been mounted. So let's go ahead and get rid of the view that we have in the text. Right at the top, we need to declare some state variables. We're going to have 3. The one to set the data once we get it from the API. And the second one, when our data is loading, we need to set a state variable so that we can show the user the circular progress indicator. And the third one is going to be for the error. If there's an error, we should be able to show the user that there's an error loading the data. So first, we're going to have the one to set the data. So we're going to have data, and we're also going to set data, and they're all going to be using use state. So in here, we're returning an array. The next one that we're going to have is loading, and we are going to set is loading also. So initially, it's going to be false. And then when the data is loading, then we're going to change the state to true. Let's go ahead and create our third and last state variable, which is for the error. And we also need to set error. So here we're going to use state, and it's going to be null. So in our return, we're going to set it a little bit later, and it's going to be a map. So right at the top, we need to fetch the data first. So we're going to create a function to fetch the data. So we're going to call it fetch data, and it has to be asynchronous since we're going to be calling our API. We need to do when this function is called, we need to set this is loading to true. Set is loading, and we have to change the value from false to true. After that, we are going to be calling our API. So we need a try-catch block. In our try-catch block, first thing that we need to do, we need to use Axios to fetch the data from our API. So we're going to have a const response, and we're going to be awaiting Axios to get the data from our backend. We don't have Axios, so we need to import Axios on top. So in here, we need to provide our endpoint. Our backend is running on port 3000. So our endpoint is going to be HTTP localhost 3000, and then we are calling API products. After getting the data from our backend, we're going to set it to this response. So we need this data that we have in our response to be set in this state that we've created on top. So what we are going to do, we are going to set data, and we need to put this response. For us to access data in Axios, we call response, and we have to say .data. So our data is set to this data that we have on top, and we need to return this data down below. So let's just get this data down. We also need to return is loading. Once we are done setting our data, that means the data is now accessible to our application. So we need to set this is loading to false. If there's an error, we need to catch that error, and we need to set the error to our state variable here so that it can be accessible to our front end. So we're going to get this error, and we're going to set it to our state variable. The last step, which is finally, so we need to make sure that we set this is loading to false again. So we just copy this and we put it in here, and then we are going to go down to call this fetch data. We're going to use effect. Once it's mounted, then we're going to use effect to fetch the data. So in here, we're going to have use effect. And here it has to return an array. And below, we might need to fetch our data manually. So we need to create another function to use if you want to fetch our data manually. So we're going to create another function for that, and we're going to call it refetch. So in our refetch, we're going to set is loading to true. Then we're going to call fetch data. So below, we need to return our data is loading, and we also need to return the error, and we need to return refetch just in case we need to use it. So this is all when we want to get our data from our API. So the next thing, we're going to hook it up to our product role, and then we can go ahead and see how we can play around with the data. So right now, we need to proceed and hook our custom hook to our front end. But before we go there, we need to come to this use effect, and we need to change this to fetch data. So let's go ahead to our components. In our components, we have to open products, and then we have to open product role. So in our product role, we're getting our data from this products, the list that we created, and we're passing it to our flatlist as our data source. So right now, we need to get the data from our API, and we pass it to our flatlist. So let's create some variables on top. We're getting data, we're getting is loading, and we're also getting an error, and we're getting this from useFetch. So our hook has been imported. So here, we need to pass the data to our flatlist. So we're going to replace the array that we were using with this data. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a key for data, which is a unique identifier for each and every item that we are going to be displaying. So let's have a key extractor. In our key extractor, we're taking an item. And from our item, we are going to take an ID. When we are creating products in our backend, they are given unique IDs. So we need to use that ID as our key. So here it's supposed to be key extractor. Here it's supposed to be item underscore ID. So we have our data here in our flat lists. We want to check whether the data is loading or not first before we render it, because if we just put our flatlist like this, the first time a user opens an application, the screen will be white. We don't want that. We need to show the user that something is happening in the background. What we're going to do here, we're just going to go ahead and cut our flatlists. After cutting our flatlists, we need to have braces. In our braces, we need to have is loading. So we need to check whether it is loading or not. If it is loading, then we need to render something in here. So we are going to render what we call an activity indicator. We want to render an activity indicator, and our activity indicator comes with some properties. It's going to be a closed component. So first we need to provide the size, and our size, let's get our size from sizes, and we're going to say size.large, and we need to give it a color, and we want to use our primary color. So that's for when our data is loading. So if our data is not loading, then let's go ahead and handle our error. So if we have an error, then we just need to have a text and say something went wrong, else we are going to return our data. So here we're going to paste our flatlist. So if our data is loading, then we have that progress indicator. Let's change the size of this to extra large or extra large. So we need to push this item data to our product card so that we can use the data to render the information on the card here. So the first thing that we need to do, let's come to our product card. In our product card, we need to have item, and we need to pass the data here. Pass this data to our product card, but we are not yet receiving it in our product card. So let's go ahead and open our product card view. So we should go to components, products, product card. So here, to receive our data, we are going to receive it here. So we need to have braces, and we need to have item. Just to see whether we are receiving our data or not, we are going to start by changing the product name. First, to deal with texts, coming from our backend, we wrap it around braces, and we're going to say item.title. So now our titles have changed. That means we're getting our data, so we can go ahead and change all the data in our product card. So we can just copy and we can paste. Our suppliers is changed. Now we need our price. Our prices are rendering fine. So in the backend, you don't need to include $sign when you're inputting your prices. Like here on the green couch, we have a $sign. That shouldn't happen. So you should exclude this $sign each and every time. So they should be just numbers without any $sign. And the $sign, we're supposed to put it here in our front end. So let's change the source of our image. On our URI, we don't need to wrap our data in braces since we have braces already. So we can just go ahead and say item.image URL. And then we save. So we are almost done. The next thing that we need to do, we need to pass the data that we've received from our product row. We need to pass it to our product details page. So to pass the data here, we just add a comma, we put some braces, and we pass the data. So we are not going to be getting an item, a single item, like to run another endpoint to get the data. So we just get the data and we pass it to our product page, and then we can display it in our product page. So here we are sending the data to our product details page, but we are not yet retrieving that data from our route. So we need to go through some few steps so that we can retrieve the data from our route. So let's go to our product details page. So to retrieve the data, we have to use a hook from React Native navigation, and the hook name is useRoute. So let's go ahead and import it. After importing, we need to create an instance of our useRoute. So we're going to declare a variable, and we're going to call it route, and we're going to assign useRoute. So now we can use this useRoute to access the data that's in our route. So let's do that below. So the data that we are sending we are sending an item. So let's go back to our product card view. We're sending this item, we want to retrieve it, and then we will decide what to do with the data. Let's have our item. In our routes, we need to access params. So let's save. So here we need to log the data just to see whether we're getting the data or not. So we're going to log item. So this is the data that we are getting from our route. So let's go ahead and get rid of this log. So let's go to our product. We are going to start by replacing the image. So we're going to say item.image URL. Next, we're going to have our product name. So it's going to be product title. We need our price. So our name is changed and our price is changed. So as we said before, we need to get rid of this other $sign from the backend. If you are sending data from the backend, setting data to the backend, we shouldn't set the price with the $sign. That part is taken care of in our front end. We need our description, so we can get rid of this description that we have here, and we need to paste, and here we need to say description. So our description is literally the same. Right at the bottom, we need location. So location is written as product location, and everything else is fine for now. So this is how we retrieve our data and use it in our product details page. And let's close this product card. We need to close the product pro, and we need to also close the use fetch. So let's go to screens. In screens, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it NewRivals. So it's going to be a JSX file, and we need to create the style for the page. So let's create another file, call it NewRival. Style.js. So we have our two pages. So first, what we need to do, we need to create a component. So we're going to use rnfes. After our component has been created, we need to cut the style sheet that we have below, and we need to come to our styles page. So let's just put it side by side like we were doing before. So first, we need to import style sheet from React. Let's export it down here. So here it's supposed to be export, not exports. So our error is gone. To import the colors and the sizes in our style. So after that, we need to go ahead and hook this page to our, so let's go back to our app.js. We open it in our app.js. But first, before we go to our app.js, let's go ahead and open this index.js that we have here. We need to import the file that we just created, NewRivals, and we need to export it down here. Let's close that. Let's go back to our app.js. In our app.js, we need to create a screen. So we can just copy the screen that we have up here. We paste it down. We need to format the code. So here, we're going to call it ProductList. And we need to have a component, the screen that we want to navigate to. So right at the top, we need to import the page first before we use it. So we have NewRivals. Let's copy the name. Let's paste the name down here. Let's close our app.js. Next, let's go ahead and set up the route in our heading component. We have to go back to home, heading. So we have this touchable opacity. We need to set a route on press. So let's set it as empty for now. Always going to need use navigation. So we need to import use navigation from React navigation. After that, we need to create an instance of our use navigation. So we come down here, we have a const. So now we have our instance of our navigation object. So what we need to do, we need to use it to navigate to the next page. And we need to provide the page that we want to navigate to, ProductList. So let's go ahead. If we don't have an error, we should be able to navigate to the next page. Okay. So it seems like we've made a mistake. Let's go back to our app.js. Supposed to be product list, not products list. So let's replace the name with the name that we just copied. Let's save and let's navigate. So now we are navigating to our page, JS. We want this page open. So right at the top, we want to import safe area. So we said safe area keeps everything within the page. So let's take, for example, the text that we have at the corner. It will be within the page. So we're going to import safe area. And we're going to wrap our components in safe area. So let's get rid of this text that we have here. We need a view. So let's give our view a style, and we're going to call it styles.wrapper. And we also need to give our safe area a style. So let's just copy that we have here, go up, paste it, and we need to change the name to container. So we need to create these objects in our style. So let's go ahead and do that. So the first object is going to be container, and our next object is going to be wrapper. So in our container, we require two parameters. The first one is going to be flex, and it's going to be 1. And we need to give a background color, and our background color is going to come from colors, and we're going to use light white. So let's go ahead and save. Okay, our style is not imported. That's why we're having this error. So let's just copy this name and get rid of this style that we have here and import our style. Then we can have our container. So if we refresh, if we save and click on our page, we shouldn't have that error. So the error is gone. So let's continue. We're going to have the same properties for our wrapper. So we can just copy these properties from the top, and we're going to paste them in here. So in this view, we're going to require another view, and this view also requires a style. We're going to call it upper row because we need a row at the top. We need to display our title and our back button. So we don't have this upper row, so we can just go ahead and create it. So in our upper row, we're going to require margin horizontal, and we're going to give it a horizontal of 20. So we can use sizes.large. We're going to give it a flex direction. Since we are going to make it a row, then we need to use flex direction. And here we have to pick row, and we need to justify content, and we're justifying content to flex end. Let's align items to the center. Let's have a position. In here, we want to make this position absolute, and we need to give this upper row a background color. So we're going to make it our primary color. Let's have border radius, and it's going to come from our sizes. So we need to use sizes.large. It's supposed to be large, not height. Large. After that, to the top, we need to, since it's absolute, we need to give it, where is it going to be? It's going to be 20 pixels from the top. So here we can use sizes.large, and let's give it a z index. And our z index is going to be 999. In our upper row, we need to have width, and our width is going to come from sizes. So we're going to have sizes.width, and we have to subtract 50 from our width, and we have to change this from a flex end to flex start. So we need to add our button in here. So we've worked on something similar before in our product details page. So let's go ahead, visit our product details page, and we need to copy this touchable opacity that we have in here. And we need to go back to our NewRivals. Let's go ahead and paste it. Let's save it. So we have our bar on top. So we need to change the color of our icon. So let's come here. Let's just bring the size down. Let's add color. So here we're going to use colors from our constant. So we're going to have light white as our icon. So that's our icon right there. Next, we want to have a title here. So right underneath this touchable opacity, we need to have a text component. So in our text, we're going to say products. So our text is showing up and it's black. We need to make it white, and we need to change style a little bit. So let's go ahead and create a style in here. So we have our style. we have to give it a name. Let's say heading. So here it's supposed to be styles, not style. So let's save it. Our error should be gone. Our error should be gone. So one other thing before we proceed, when we copy the touchable opacity, make sure that you imported the touchable opacity from React Native. That's the first. And second, the icon that we have here, you have to import it also from vector icons. So touchable opacity, that's the first one. The second one, you need to import the icons so that you won't have an error. So let's go ahead and create this heading. So below our upper row, we're going to have this heading. Let's create an object. So the first thing that we're going to need is font family, and we're going to be using semi-bold. Let's go ahead and give it a font size. We're going to be using our sizes, and here we're going to say size.medium. Let's go ahead and save. Our changes are being shown on the screen. So we need to change the color of the text. We need to make it white. So we need to use our colors, and we're going to use light white. Let's give it a little bit of margin to the left because we want to space this back button and the title. So we're going to have margin left, and let's give it a margin left of 5. Navigation is not going to work because we need to receive this navigation from the heading. So we are passing the navigation from the previous page to this page. So we need to receive the navigation in here. So let's have some braces. And here we're going to have our navigation. So if we save, and now if we press back, then everything is working fine. So next, let's go ahead and work on our product list. We want to display our products in a grid view. Let's create a new file. In our components, products, we want to create a new file, and we're going to call it ProductList. So it's going to be a JSX file, and let's create the style for it. It's going to be a .js file. So let's open our product list. First thing, we need to create our component. So we're going to use RNFES. We need to create it with style. And let's cut the style from here, the style sheet, and we need to paste it in our product style. So the first thing that we need to import style sheet in here. After importing style sheet, let's go ahead and paste our code. After pasting, we need to export, and we're going to export it as style. So right on top, let's go ahead and import our colors and sizes. So we have our colors. Let's go ahead and add sizes also. For now, that's all. Let's go ahead and work on this product list. So in this product list, we're going to require a flat list. We need to render the list of products that we're getting from our backend. So up on top, let's replace this style sheet with a flat list. That we need to get data using our useFetch. So we need to have variables to store the data that we are returning from our useFetch. So before we even proceed, let's go ahead and open our useFetch. It's in our hook folder. So this is our useFetch, and we are returning this data. So we need to capture this data once this useFetch is called. So here, that's the data that we're capturing here. We need to remove refetch, and here this data is going to come from useFetch. So now that we have our data, now we can go ahead and try to render it. So the first thing that we need to do, let's cut this return. We need to have a logic. So first we need to check if our useFetch is loading or not. That's our data, if our data is loading or not from our backend. So here we're going to have is loading. So if our data is loading, then we need to return something. So what are we going to return the first time? We're going to return an activity indicator, but we are going to wrap it around a view. In this view, we're going to give it a style. But first, let's just import our activity indicator, and it has to be a closed component. So here, our activity indicator has been imported on top. So if yours is not imported, then make sure that you have your activity indicator imported from React Native. Otherwise, you'll run into an error. So now we need to give it a size. So I'm going to access the sizes from our sizes, and I'm going to say extra large, and I'm going to give it a color, and it's going to be primary. So here, let's give it a style, and we're going to call this loading container. It's supposed to be styles dot loading container. And we copy this loading container. We come to our style sheet. We're going to create a style object. So we need to give it a flex, and our flex is going to be 1. We're going to align items to the center. We're also going to justify content to the center. Let's align content to the center. We need it to be right in the center. If we don't do that, then it will be way up to the top. So we need to have it in the center. So we are not seeing any changes as yet because this component is not yet hooked to our NewRivals. We'll go ahead and do that in a few. So since we've dealt with this condition, now we need to deal with a condition whereby we have the data. If we have the data, now we have to display the flat lists. Let's close this first. And right after this braces, because this braces is covering the if statement. So now we need to return something else. We need to return the data. So in here, we're going to return a view. We need to give our view a style. So let's give it a name. It's going to be styles.container. Let's go ahead and create this container. So right below our loading container, we're going to have a container. So in our container, we're going to need to align items to the center. So we can just copy from the above, paste it. We're going to need padding top, and our padding top is going to be extra large, and we're going to have padding left, and we're going to use sizes.small divided by 2. So let's go ahead and try to hook this product list to our NewRivals. So to do that, first, let's go ahead to our components. In our components, we need to visit the index. And in this index, we need to import our product list. After importing our product list, we need to export it. So we can just copy and we can paste it here. Let's get rid of this animated text. We're not going to use it. So let's close our index. And in our NewRivals, right below this view, we're going to have our product list. So it's going to be a closed component. So did you see our circular progress indicator? So let's go back. It didn't take long. It just took a few seconds. Most probably we're getting the data too fast. But it's okay. And now we can be able to view the changes as we make them. So let's go back to our product list. In our product list, now we need to utilize our flat list. So our flat list is a closed component. As we said before, the first thing that we need in our flat list is our data source. So that's our first prop, our data. So our data is going to be this data that we are getting from our endpoint. So let's copy and get the data in here. In our React Native app, we use a flat list. And in this flat list, it comes with a prop with the name num columns. And we have to set it to 2 since we want to have 2 products side by side. And we need to utilize the prop by the name render item. So in here, we should have our item. We said this item, like let's say we're getting 10 products from our backend. So item is one set of data with a unique ID. That's the one that we get here, and we are trying to render it to our product card. So we take this item and we render it to a specific component. So here we are going to have our product card view, and it's going to be a closed component. So make sure that whenever you want to like use a component, it's imported on top, because if it is not imported, then you're bound to run into an error. The second thing, if we go ahead and open our product card, it requires an item. So we need to pass this item that we are getting from here to our product card view, and then it will be parsed so that we can get this data that we have in our front end. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, we are going to use a prop with the name item, and it's going to take an item. So down below, we're going to require content container style. So our container style, we're going to use the same style as the style that we have on top. So we're going to say styles.container item. So our item has to be wrapped in braces. So we've rectified that. So let's go ahead and look at other props that we have to consider. So we need to have space between each and every row that we have in our grid view. So for example, this will be our first row in our grid view, and down below we have another row. So we need to add a little bit of space between these rows. So to do that, in able to achieve that, we need to use item separator. So our item separator is going to return a view, but our view is going to be a closed component. So we are going to have a view, and it's going to be a closed component. We need to give style to this view. We're going to have style, and we need to create this style. So before we go into our style sheet to create, let's just give it a name in here. We're going to call it separator. Let's save. So in our style, we're going to create this style that we've just mentioned. So we have our separator. So we need to add a little bit of height. So that's height, and we have to give it a figure. So we are just going to give it 16. And let's save. Let's save our product lists. And let's go ahead and visit our NewRivals. So we have our space of 16 here, and if we scroll, then our grid is working fine. If we click, we're redirected to the details page. So next, let's go ahead and work on our search, add and close all the pages that we're working on. We are done with them. We'll revisit them later when we need to work on them. Right now, I need you to go to screens, open search, and drag this search side by side, search.style, to the side so that we can have a view of everything. We need to work on our search, so we can close this bar for now. So we have enough space. So first, let's visit our search. So if we click on our search, we're redirected to our search page. So in our search page, we cannot type anything as yet, because each and every time that we are typing, our value is being set back to this empty string. So what we need to do, we need to have a way to manage our state. Like each and every time that we type, we set state. Like on text change, we need to set state. So to do that, the first thing that we need to come to the top, and we need to import useState from React. So let's do that. Up on top, let's add a comma. Let's add some braces, and let's import useState. So useState is going to help us to manage our state. So we need to declare a state variable. So we come to our search function. Right before returning, we need to create our state variables. So const, we need our array. So our first is going to be, and we need another one to set search key. And initially it's going to be an empty string. So let's close that. So let's go ahead and visit our input. So in our input, we need to change this empty string that we have here to our search key. So we need to put it in braces. That's the first thing. And we need to get rid of this on pressed. And we have to have on change text. So on change text, we need to set search key. So we are setting state to this value that we have here. So if we just save for now, we should be able to type. So let's go ahead and try to do something. So here we want to log our search key, at the same time explaining how our state is working. So here we're going to have our search key and we're going to save it. So if we open our terminal, we have A here. So here we're calling set search key each and every time there is a change in our text input. So let's say we delete this value, then we are setting state to the value that's provided here. So it's empty. Here it's rendering nothing. So if we press Y, then that Y is set to this search key and is logged here. So basically, like, it's the same. Instead of logging here, this Y is being sent to this value and is being rendered to the screen. So like, if we write Y, it's the same process. So let's go ahead, get rid of that. We need to create another state variable here, because right now we want to handle press, to handle the feedback that we get from the user. If a user clicks on search, then we should go ahead and look for what they have typed in the input here. Before we proceed to do anything, let's have on press. So we're going to have an empty function for now. Let's save it like that. So let's come back to the top. So when we're getting data from our endpoint, from our backend, we need to set that data to a variable. So first, let's create that variable, and then we can go ahead and work on how to get our data from our backend. So here we're going to have search results, and we also want to set search result. And here we're going to use state, and we are returning an empty array. So let's close it. Let's get rid of this log that we have here. So we have to create a function to handle our search, to handle our press here. So when we press, instead of just calling an endpoint here, we are going to create a function to handle that for us. So what we're going to do, we're going to give it a name first, and then we're going to go ahead and create it. So here we're going to say handle press or handle search, either way. So we need to go ahead and create this function. So we come on top. Let's just call it with the right name, handle search. That would be okay. So to handle our search, we need to call our endpoint. So we're going to have const. We are going to be working with our endpoint, with our backend. So we need to be able to handle errors if we have any. So inside here, we need a try catch block. And let's go ahead and revisit our postman and see what our endpoint looks like. Postman is open, and we need to come to products, search. So this is what our endpoint is going to look like. API, products, search, and then we input what we want to search, the search key. So let's say we want to search for, okay, let's say kid. We don't get anything because we don't have anything of that sort. But if we search for couch, then we'll get this green couch from our backend. So we want to go ahead and use this endpoint, provide the key. So this key that we are providing here is going to be our search key. So let's go ahead and copy this, go back to our project. So right on top, let's go ahead and just paste URL that we copied, and we are going to add HTTP. So that's going to be our URL, and we have to add the search key. So let's add the search key here, but it has to be in braces, and we have to add a $sign. So let's leave it like this for now. So in our try catch block, let's visit our try. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create a variable for our results. It's going to be response, because we are going to be calling a REST API. So it's going to be response. So here we're going to use Axios. So we need to import Axios somehow. So we're going to have Axios. So our Axios has been imported, and it's a GET request. And we need to provide our URL now. So now we need to use these, since we are going to have a variable like this in our URL. So let's just go ahead, copy our URL from here, and let's paste it down here. So that's going to be our URL. So we said before, to handle the response that we are getting from Axios, we have to use a syntax like this, response.data, right? So the first thing that we need to do, we need to log before we do anything else. So we're going to have a log. So I'm going to use this kind of log, and then in our log, we're going to log response data. So here, to just handle our error, we're going to console log a message, not this log, but the other one. We're going to say fail to fetch product to get products. It's one and the same. And then here we need to pass our error. So we need to go ahead and hook this handle search to our on press, and we've already done that. So our function should work by now. Okay, cool. So here we have to make it async, and we have to await the results from Axios. So after making these two changes, let's clear this. We don't want that. And let's get rid of this. After making these two changes, adding async and await, we're going to try out our search, and we are going to see whether we can get this data logged on our console. So let's search for the green couch. So we're just going to say green. We're not going to search much. So this is the green couch. We're getting it here. And if we try to search by location, let's say Houston, yes, we get a product. Let's go ahead and find the location. The location is Houston. So our search is working fine. Now we need to handle our search. Like, if we search for something and it's not found, what are we going to show the user? Those kind of scenarios. And if there is data, how are we going to display that data to the user? So we're going to handle that too. But for getting our data from our backend, everything is working fine. We want to set our data to this search result. So as soon as we get the data in this response, then we want to set it to our results. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, we're going to use set results, and we have to pass the data to this set results so that it can be set in these results that we have here. So our data is going to come from this response. So as we said before, the data that we are getting from Axios, if it is in response, then we have to say response.data. So now we have our data in here. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to display something here. Like, we need to have two scenarios. The first one is when the length of the list that we get from the backend is 0. And the second one is like when there is data, then we need to have a flat list to show us all the results. Let's scroll down. We need to check right underneath this last view that we have. We need to have a condition. So we're going to use our search results, and we're going to check the length of our search results. So here we're going to say search results dot length. If the length is equals to 0, then we need to display something. So let's just go ahead and have a view first. Else, if we have the data, then we are going to display a flat list. So our flat list is going to be a closed component. So here we're going to have a flat list. Let's close it. So first, let's deal with our first option. So in this view, we need to give it a style. So the style that we're going to give it is just a flex, because we want it to occupy the available space on our screen. So let's just add flex, and our flex has to be 1. And in here, we require an image. Our image is a closed component, so it's going to be like that. So we need to make sure that we import this image component right at the top from React Native. So right now we don't have it, so we might run into an error. So we need to import it first. Let's go back to our image. We need to provide a source of our image. So this image is going to come from our assets. So we need to visit our assets first. These are the assets that we have. Like, we've downloaded the folder with assets when we started the project. So we need to use this image. So to do that, we're going to use require, and we need to provide a path to our image. So here we want to access our assets. In our assets, we want to access images, and in our images, we want to access post 23, and we need to give style to this image. So let's go down here and define our style. So our style is going to be styles.searchImage. So here we're going to call it search image. So we need to create this style. So let's just go ahead, copy the name that we gave it. We come to our styles, and we need to create a style object. So the first thing that we need resize mode, and we're going to set it to contain. After that, we need width. Our width is going to be the width that we have, device width that we have in our constants. So we have our width, and we're going to subtract 100 from our width. And we also need height, and our height is the height that we have in our constants. So we have our height, and we have to subtract 300. So let's go ahead and save that. So right now we don't see anything on the screen because we didn't save the search.jsx. So we need to save. If we save, we should have something rendered on our screen. Yes. So this is our image. We want to make it a little bit faded. So we want to add an opacity. So let's go back to our image, our search image. Let's utilize the opacity property, and we're going to give it an opacity of 0.9. Okay. -80 will do. So let's go to our flat list. So in our flat list, the first prop that we're going to have is data. We need to define the data source. So our data source is going to be our search results. After that, we need to have a key extractor. Not a key, it's going to be a key extractor. We need a unique ID for each and every data set that we're going to have. So our item first, and then we're going to extract the ID from our item. So this ID is coming from like an object ID from our MongoDB. So let's, our postman is closed. But okay, we can do one thing. We can come here. We want to log results, search results. So right now it's empty, but we want to go ahead and search for a couch. Right, so we have this ID that we have here. It is the one that we're going to use as our key extractor here. So right after that, we need to display the data that we are getting from our backend. So to do that, we're going to use a prop with the name render item. So we need to have our item in braces, and then we need to render our item. So first, we don't have like a search tile as yet. So what we're going to do, we're just going to display text. So let's go ahead here and display text. So in our text, we want to display any value from the data that we are getting. So here we're going to say item.title. Okay, let's see. Text doesn't exist. That's our error. So that means we don't have text imported from React Native. So we need to import it first, and we need to save. If we go ahead and search, let's search for the item that we searched for before. So that's couch. So we should have the title of the green couch. So this is one result. Let's search by location. Let's say Dallas. Most probably we're going to return more than one item. So we are returning 3 items. So these are the 3 items that we are getting from our database. So right now we are done with the basic logic behind our search. We just need to render it to a better UI. So what do we need to do? We need to come to our components and visit products. In products, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it search tile. It's going to be a JSX file, and we need to create another file for our styles. So it's going to be search tile.style.js. So first, we're going to work on our search tile. So let's create our component, and as we were doing before, we need to cut this style sheet that we have right at the bottom, and we need to paste it in our style. But first, we need to import our style sheet. Let's paste it, and we're going to export it. Right at the top, we need to import colors and sizes, as well as our shadows. And they're all coming from our constants. So here we want to access our constants folder. And in our constants, let's just access the index. Let's save it. Let's go back. So we have a view, but at first we're going to require a touchable opacity. So what we're going to do, we're going to import our touchable opacity from React Native. So we have our touchable opacity on top. We need to add style to our touchable opacity. So let's go ahead and do that. So here we need to have our style side by side with our component. So let's just go ahead and do that. And let's bring this down. So let's give our style a name. So the first style that we're going to have, we're going to call it container. So we need to create this container in our style sheet. So first we're going to have flex, and our flex is going to be 1. And we're going to justify the content. And it has to be space between. After that, we need to align items, and we need to align them to the center. We also need margin bottom, so to add a little bit of space between the first tile and the second tile. So we're going to give it a bottom of 10. So we are going to access our sizes, and we're going to use small. Let's give it a flex direction, and let's make it a row. Let's give it a padding. So we're going to use dot medium. We also need border radius, and our border radius, it has to be sizes dot small. Let's give it a background. So our background, we have to make it white. So we're going to use FFF. After that, we need to give it a shadow. So we need to access our shadows, and we're going to use a spread operator, and we're going to say shadows dot medium, and we need shadow color, and our color is going to be colors dot light white. So we are done with our container. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to work inside our touchable opacity. So we're going to have another view inside. So in our view, we need to give it a style. So this view is going to be wrapping an image. So this touchable opacity is a row. So on the other end, we're going to have an image, and on the other hand, we're going to have details. So here we're going to have style. We need to create a style for our image. So let's come back to our style sheet. In our style sheet, we need to create the style for the image. We need to give it a width. So we're going to give it a width of 70. Let's give it a background color. It's going to be colors.secondary. Let's give it a border radius, and we're going to access our sizes, and we're going to give it a radius of sizes.medium. Let's justify our content, and we're justifying our content to the center. Align items, and we're aligning items also to the center. So let's work inside our view. So we need to have an image. So first, we don't have an image on top, so we're going to replace this style sheet since we don't require it. Our image is going to be a closed component. So first, we require a source. So let's leave it like that for now, because we need to pass the data from our search. We need to pass the data from our search, so we might as well go ahead and do it rather than try to do it later. Let's go ahead to our search page. Let's visit our flatlist. Let's replace whatever we are rendering here with the search tile. So our search tile is going to be a closed component. So we're going to have a search tile, and we need to pass the data. So to pass the data, we need to have an item, and we need to pass the data that we're getting, which is item. So here we have 3 white lines. Since we have 3 results, so here that means we are receiving our data. So let's go ahead and put our data source. But first, we need to receive our data on top. So we need to have our item. And in here, we need to have our image rendered. So we're going to have our URI, and it's going to be item.image.url. That's URL. That's going to be us. Here, we're going to require a style, and we have to give it a name. So for this one, we're going to call it product image. Let's just use img. Let's copy the title, and we have to create a style object here. So first, we need to provide width, and our width is going to be 100%. We want it to occupy the whole width that we provide on top. So here is supposed to be a string, 100%. And we have to give it a height, and our height has to be 65, and we have to provide a border radius, and our border radius is going to come from our sizes. So we're going to use sizes.small. Let's save. So we have our image. So even if our images have different sizes, we're going to use resize mode, and we're going to use cover. So even if they have different sizes, they are going to fill the whole provided space. So that's all for our image. Next, we need to work on our texts on the other end. So let's just create a view. Let's provide a style. Let's call it text container. So this text container, we have to create it here. We're going to need a flex, and we're going to give it a flex of 1. We're going to give it a margin horizontal, and we're going to access our sizes, and we're going to use medium. And that's all for our text container. Inside our text container, not text container, inside our view, we need to create a text. We need to use a text component, and we need to give it a style. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to have our style. So this text is for our product title. So let's go ahead and create it. So the first thing that we need font size. For our font size, we're going to use sizes.medium, and we also require a font family. And for our font family, we're going to use bold. Let's give our texts a color, and we're going to use our primary color. So let's go ahead and try it out. Let's make this a little bit. Let's close this first. So our text is showing up, so everything is going accordingly. Since we have our item already, so we can access our item and display our text. So it's going to be item.title. So we need to have another text underneath our title, and this text is going to be the text for the supplier. So here we're going to say item.supplier, and we need to change the style. So here we're going to say styles.supplier. So we need to create this object. Okay. We might as well just write. So in here, we're going to require font size, font family, color. So let's just copy whatever we have here. Let's paste it and make some changes. So for our size, our font size, we're going to use small, and we're going to divide it by 2, not divide it by 2. Let's add 2 to it to make it 12. So our small is and we have to change our font family to regular. Our color has to be gray. So we need to have a margin top. We need to give it a margin top of 3. So let's have another text. Below that, we need to display the price. So our price is going to have the same style as our supplier. So that one is easy. So we're going to just say item.price like that. So we are done with our tile. So let's go ahead and run a search on something else. Let's say for dollars, we returned 3 items. So we want to see, so we have our 3 items here. So we have to deal with this margin. So let's go back to our search page. In our search page, we have these flat lists. Let's add some style to it. Let's just add style. So we're going to have margin horizontal. Let's give it a margin horizontal of 12. Like that. We need it to be inside the screen, not touch the both ends of the screen. We need to handle on press function. So if a user presses on this tile, they're supposed to be sent to the details page. So we need to handle that part. So we come back to our touchable opacity. We need to have on press. On press, we need to navigate to a page. So first, we are in a child component. So we're not going to receive navigation from here. We need to use a hook. So we need to import the hook. And the hook that we're going to use is use navigation. And we need to create an instance of the hook. And we have to give it the name navigation. So now we can use our navigation to navigate to the next page. To make everything clear, let's bring it down. So here is going to be navigate. And we're navigating to details page. So our details page is supposed to be product details, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go ahead and check. We don't want to run into unnecessary errors. So let's go to app.js. Yes, it's supposed to be product details. So let's just copy the name from here. We can close the file and we can replace this. And we also need to send data with this navigation. So we need braces and we need to send an item. So now if we click, then we can be sent to a product details page. So everything is working accordingly.